It is but a backyard of my life. Deep breath, take it in from my pulse begins to climb. It's a passion deep inside. No one can hold me back today. Drop the beat, let it flow, let it soar on high. Release me from these chains. They're never gonna stop me. It is but a backyard of my life. I step up, make my name. Never gonna stop my chance to shine. Hit my mark, I am a flame. Burning boldly, illuminating. I'm gonna take control, hit the top. No one's gonna hold me back no more. It's my destiny, and you can never stop me trying to full control. It's my life, they can't hold me back no more. I know who I am, I know who I'm gonna be. On your screen while you stream, hit me all around. Let my vibe grow on the ground. Feeling my flow, it's a brand new sound. Hit the floor, shout it out, I'ma take the bow. My body's ever charged. Don't ever try and stop me. It is but a backyard of my life. Your darkness will not play. Never gonna stop my chance this time. I'm heating just like a flame. Burning boldly, illuminating. I'm gonna take control, hit the top. No one's gonna hold me back no more. It's my destiny, and you can never stop me trying to full control. It's my life, they can't hold me back no more. I know who I am, I know who I'm gonna be. In full control, it's my life.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the channel, and it is another night, our final night here for the FTR Sim 3D Sports Car Series. I'm back! Did you miss me? Because I didn't miss me. We had much better talent on here from John Monroe. I mean, let's face it, he's always much better. So, unfortunately, I'm back this week. But I have brought a friend here with me. I do midweek commentary with him, and it is my absolute pleasure to introduce, making his debut this week for FTR Event Sim 3D Sports Car Series. A very warm welcome to Tapello Merioli. Tapello, welcome aboard, my friend. It's our first time working together on this mixed class sports car madness here for the 4 hours of Mugello. Are you ready for this?
Well, it's 4 hours, so if I'm not ready, I'll die somewhere in between. But I'm really hoping I have the endurance. Probably the drivers say they do, but I'm excited. It's new. Multi-class racing is always interesting, so let's see how it goes.
Well, it's an absolute pleasure to have you on board. Qualifying is on the go just now. But as we said, this is round 6. This is the final round. We started this championship all the way back in October, if you can believe that. October 2023 for the 4 hours of Daytona. We've been to Bathurst, to Donington Park, to Fuji and to Long Beach, and now we settle things here in Italy. All of the championships are up for grabs. You can see the circuit there, Autodromo del Mugello. That is the only time that I will try an Italian accent tonight, you'll be glad to hear. But as I said, all 4 of the championships are up for grabs. So the GT3 Pro, the GT3 AM, the GT4s and the LMP3s, all up for grabs. Let's have a quick look then at the championship standings just now as we go to the LMP3s. And of course it is Sim Racing Grid Phoenix who are up on top by 11 points over Goryeo Autosport. Hugh Jas White there in 3rd position. They can't now no, they can actually, depending on how things go. They can tie things as my little brains try to work it all out. Longshot Racing on 75 points. Stage 1 Racing on 68 points. Eagle Speed Academy in 6th. Stage 1 Racing in 7th. And Longshot Racing in 8th position. Moving on to the GT3 Pros, Brabham Esports with a commanding lead at the top of the championship there by 23 points. But again, it's still within grasp for RPM Racing. They need to win tonight. No ifs, no buts. Needs to be done. FTR Esports Black in 3rd position. 1110s Racing Team in 4th position. Artsim Racing 2 in 5th position. Backmarker Racing Razzle Dazzle in 6th. Rosado Motorsports in 7th. RPM Racing Blue in 8th. Artsim Racing 1 in 9th. Digitrack Sim Racing Team in 10th position. And the rest you can read at your leisure. Moving on to the GT3 AMS. And then it's 1110s Racing who are out in front by just 5 points. So this is a massively contested part of the championship, is the AM part of it. Squadra Veloci by Fastlane Motorsport in that 2nd position. Then you've got Digitrack Sim Racing Team in 3rd with 92 points. Again, they're still well within contention, just 23 points behind. Arctic Racing though are down 30 points. They are in 4th position. And then FTR Esports White in 5th, Equipment Geek Racing in 6th, Backmarker Racing Orange in 7th, Track Limit Racing in 8th, and then Prismatic Motorsports Minerva down in 9th position. Moving on to the GT4s, no surprise to see Hugh Jas Gold there with a commanding grip on that GT4 championship just now. 30 points, they have got one hand on the trophy right now. Torque Freak Racing by TFR Lab in 2nd place, Hugh Jas Blue in 3rd, Hugh Jas Black in 3rd and 4th, so I guess you could say they're black and blue. No? Right, okay, never mind. Samsung GT4 in 5th position. DX Ride Sim Racing by Letroom in 6th. Sapphire Sim Sport Alpha in 7th. Eagles Speed Academy Esports in 8th position. FTR Esports in 9th position with a GT4 outfit. Rosado Motorsports Apex in 10th. WBM Racing in 11th. And then Vermilion Motorsports in 12th position. 4 classes, all to play for, not just for the titles, but also for pretty much all of the positions. And here at Mugello, again, a very interesting circuit. 3.5 miles long, 3.25 miles long here, and a real nice mix of, long straights and twists and turns, and I think it's got a little something for everyone here to Pello. But what obviously, with this being your inaugural introduction here to the FTR Sim 3D Sports Car Championship, oh my, you're about to have fun watching these LMP3s and the GT4s.
Yeah, look, it sucks that I kind of came in towards the end. It's like catching the last 10 minutes of a movie. You see the climax, you see the hero beat the villain, and the movie ends. And then you kind of want to restart it again, but these guys already done that, they dusted, they've moved on. So it's a bit tricky, but look, we have 4 hours to get acquainted with the series. We have 4 hours to look at this racing. We have 4 hours to enjoy. So I'm happy. If you're happy, then all is good.
Excellent stuff, couldn't said it better myself. LMP's out on qualifying just now. Let's go on board then with Antonio Alvarez for Huge Ass Racing then. We go along this long start, finish straight, a little kink to the right and then to the left. Before we head into turn one, San Donato, sweeping right-hander, where you want to tuck the car in nice and early. Before we run up the hill towards Luco. Now, it does give me little shades of Suzuka, this track, the way that the first part of it kind of jigs about with the lefts and the rights and lefts and the rights. It's just constant sawing at that wheel. But we go through Mugello Seco and then again through the right-hander before it's on the run down to the left-hander at Materazzi. And then Borgo San Lorenzo, this is another fast right-hander here. Not onto the brakes as of yet. We cast it over. And that is how we don't do it. And Antonio Alvarez will put that in the bin. He will put that into the pit lane. Ah, never mind. It's fine. It's absolutely fine. Right, let's see who else we've got here. David Johansson coming out of that left-hander here. At the final left-hander comes across the line for Sim Racing. Greg Phoenix is already on pole with a 141.940. Can he improve on it? No, he cannot this time by. It's a 143.023. Remember, they have got just a couple of minutes left to go, 2.5 minutes. Before they have it done and dusted, and then we get our pace lap out there. But it's all looking very prim and proper for the LMP3s until Gorio Autosport right at the last gasp. They've done what they needed to do. They need to get a win today. Akram Zanoun, and that is a fantastic position. Now, again, with just 11 points separating these top two to Pello on the final round, I guess, you know, there's so much tension lying on this first part of the race here and that run down to turn one.
Yeah, look, I always say what ultimately tells you who the great drivers are, who the great teams are, isn't really winning a championship, but it's usually about how you win the championship. Can you withstand the pressure? How do you do when the pressure's on you? So like you're saying, 11-point swing, last race of the season, you know, you guys are neck and neck. It's really about how you make that race work. Look, it's 4 hours. It is extremely long. There's a lot to plan. There's a lot to think about. But you're right. You can't win the race in the first laps, but you can definitely lose it. So starting that race, getting in a good position, getting that qualifying correct as we see a car going off track, but that's fine. Find your limits now and not in the race. So yeah, that's just how you need to do it. It's that pressure. How do you withstand that pressure so you can actually make the title viable? You can win. It's all about pressure management.
It really is. And the weird thing is I didn't think that Mugello was a track that I was very familiar with, and I've realised that I've actually raced on it a number of times in Assetto Corsa. So it's just not the name of it that I was familiar with. So a fantastic track. But what gets me about this circuit here, and given that we're more used to working together on Assetto Corsa Competizione, where there's a very different selection of tracks here, is, you know, just how fast this track is, just how, you know, there's lots and lots of twists and turns here to Pello, but really, I mean, it's a very high-speed circuit.
Yeah, look, unfortunately, I've never raced the circuit before, but I have watched it. You know, 2020, with all the mess that it was, it really brought a lot of new tracks to a series I watch a lot, which is Formula One. And I think I shared on my socials today Lewis Hamilton's qualifying lap from 2020 around the circuit. It's really fast. It's deceptively fast, right? And you've got these quick corners. You need to find your rhythm, but you need to be confident in your car, in your setup, and how you take those corners. And you're right. This track has 74 different names. It depends on who you're talking to, and that's the name you'll get on the day. But it is a really interesting circuit. Like you're saying, really quick, sharp turns, but it's got a lot to give.
Certainly does. Qualifying is done and dusted. We have just got a couple of cars out there. In fact, we've only got a Crimson Noon still out there on circuit just now. He's making his way through the last couple of corners just now, I believe, unless he's actually... No, that was Casanova and Savelle. So I think that's Let's have a look here, or is that Corntello? Yeah, that is, sorry, Corntello that he's coming up to here. This is Blondetti 1, and then Blondetti 2. And then it should be a left-hander into Bachin. And this is going to be the final corner. So I do know my way around, thankfully, Mugello. So it does mean that we are in for a fun time this afternoon. A little bit of weaving. He's just celebrating. He knows it's done, it's dusted. And he knows that he is on pole position. So qualifying in the bag. And as we said, Goryo Autosport on pole position in that LMP3 class ahead of Sim Racing Grid. So that is exactly what they needed to do. And they've got their name on the top. Now they just need to try and convert that to the top step of the podium. But 4 hours is a long time. And we also have to say a huge thank you to our commercial partners at Go for the Gap and at Race Director and Sim3D, as well as our wonderful hosts at FTR Events for putting on such a fantastic championship. Certainly know that there's a lot of work goes on behind the scenes, a lot of admin, a lot of preparation, and I think it's a fantastic little community to be part of. So certainly jump in the Discord, get yourself involved. I know they've got a new championship that they've just announced that they're trying to get people on board with, and I'll be honest with you, I was very interested to see that, and I might be tempted to get involved with that myself. That is of course going to be the FTR Production Car Challenge. So if that's not already got underway, then definitely get involved with that. That starts next Sunday. And that'll be kicking off at the VIR Virginia International Raceway Grand Course, open to the FR500s, Clios, GR86s, MX5s, which is totally my cup of tea, Jettas and the Solstice as well. Right, so now that's out of the way, we are onto the grid then. This is the lineup then for your final round of the Sim3D Sports Car Series Season 5. Round 6 at Mugello, it's Akram Zanoun on pole position alongside David Johansson for the LMP3s, Antonio Alvarez alongside Alex Bayenz on row 2, and then David van Sramsbroek in 5th position. Then on the pole position for the GT3 Pros is Jonathan Jarmain. Robert Lancaster is in 7th position. That'll be 2nd place in class. Richard Cothrell lines up beside him. Charlie Nielsen then. And then you've got Stefan Le Guin in the GT3 AM class. Bart Horston is on row 6 alongside Johnny Alaya. Row 7 is Donovan Nair alongside Ayalas De Vries. Yeshal Yunus is alongside Miguel Torres, and then on row 9 Ivan De Sandes is alongside Ryan Chevalier. Then on row 10 is Jel Verstraeten alongside Branko Steiners, and then 21st and 22nd is Christoph van de Putte alongside Chris Neesham. 23rd is FTR Esports White's Nick Rosenbrook is going to line up alongside our first of the GT4s, Alex Klenk, who will be then with David Baraclough, Miguel Gutierrez in 26th, Lorenz de Villiger in 27th, Austin Tucker in 28th position, Jonathan Ulsner in 29th, Justin Mikhaila in 30th, and then Rowan Wolf. That is a very unusual place for that huge ass black car to be right at the back of the GT4s. A full pace lap is about to get underway, and we breathe a sigh of relief because that is quite a big grid. And I've got to be honest, I'm quite impressed with that, Tapello, for the end of a season to get that full of grid.
Yeah, well, like you said, there's a lot still on the line. You know, nothing has been decided. So maybe that motivation is kind of keeping everyone in it. Look, even if you're not contesting for a win, but there's still bragging rights, there's honor. So yeah, it's very good to come in. Like I said, I came in at the end, and to see such a big grid, I would have expected this was race 1 or race 2 of the season. But end of the season, huge grid. This is promising. This is really good.
Yeah, certainly is. So the pace lap is underway. You can see the LMP3 set off, and then the GT3 Pros with the GT4s still waiting to get underway. And of course, at this point, this is where the nerves begin to build. All of your season boils down to this, especially for the likes of Goryo Autosport and Sim Racing Grid. You've also then got Backmarker Racing, Razzle Dazzle are in there as well, RPM Racing Blue. So there's lots on the line, as we were pointing out, with the standings so close. I'm looking at the GT4s, and I'm thinking that the 381 team really need to be ahead of the 337 significantly, and that's exactly what is happening. But it's not enough. They need to get a race win tonight to get the points from that here at the 4 hours of Mugello. As do we have a car in the pits already? It looks like the LMP3 class. We've lost a car already. The 83 Stage 1 racing car is making a start from pit lane. So we'll have to get a figure out on what on earth has happened there. That's David van Slamsbroek. Indeed, he is not with that group of 4 cars there. So very curious to see here. Maybe he missed the start, but I'm pretty sure I saw him actually out there to begin with. Either way, here we go then, through our very leisurely pace lap. Obviously making a show for all of the virtual visitors that we've got here today trackside, letting them see the spectacle of these cars here today as they're making their way through the second third of the circuit. We've also got another car I've just noticed in pit lane as well. That is the 225 car. That's Chris Neesham in the GT3 AM class. So that is the, as I said, the 225 backmarker racing orange car. Now they were 7th position in the championship for GT3 AM. Again, very peculiar to be able to see those cars maybe having some technical issues, or just deciding straight to start from pit lane.
You know, it's such a tricky thing. You know, when I came into the sim racing world, right, I never realized just how much things need to go in your favor. Like you're saying, you're about to start a race and you can have technical difficulties. I tend to have Wi-Fi problems, ladies and gents, so it's a thing. So it's always so it's always so amazing to see, just like I'm saying, how many things need to work in your favor for you to have a good session. Some people will tell you, like I'll see on social media, someone will tell you my chair broke mid-race, or you know, my pedals got locked in place. It's someone's steering gets disconnected, and there's so many things that go on that you need to work in your favor, that I see these technical difficulties and I feel bad for people, because sometimes there's really nothing you can do about it.
Yeah, there really isn't, and you're at the whim of the sim racing gods here as our race leaders make their way around the final corner then to get things started for the final time this season for the FTR event Sim 3D Sports Car Series. The LMP3s will lead the field. Remember, pit lane is on the right hand side here at Mugello. 4 cars in that LMP3 field. Gorio Autosport are going to lead us off tonight for 4 hours around this wonderful circuit in Italy. Sim Racing Grid Phoenix are going to get ahead if they possibly can, but no, it's a great start for Gorio Autosport then. Sim Racing Grid Phoenix just immediately have to get in behind and get the slipstream. Now they could have a good run down into this first corner here. Remember, it's a right-hander, and again the LMP2s struggling with the lack of downforce that your LMP2s, as the GT3 Pros are away and underway. In fact, the GT3 amps as well, and well, to be fair, they usually take a couple of corners to get under their belt to get into a rhythm. But you can see there as well, one of the Brabham eSports cars is here come the GT4s then, and our final class across the line tonight. We are underway with 4 hours of Mugello, and again, Taps, one of the things that we see in any class of race, in any form, across any sim, is, you know, when you've got these 4 hour events, you've got any sort of endurance race, first couple of laps, it's all about just calming yourself down and you know, getting yourself settled down and into a rhythm.
Well, you'd say that, but sometimes things tend to, as I was just about to say, there we have an incident. Oh, and that looks like a bad crash. So already 2 GT4 cars with the struggle tangled already. Some cars have survived. So I was just about to say, you know, when I first watched endurance racing, I thought, look, you're racing for 6, 8, 10, 12 hours. You kind of really want to start slow, find your place on track. But sometimes these races have a mind of their own, and the starts can be brutal, very, very brutal in terms of pace, in terms of jostling, in terms of getting your elbows out. And already in this one, we've seen some contact. So yeah, maybe it'll settle down just after that piece of contact. But these races tend to have a mind of their own, and they develop as they go. And sometimes they can be very, very fast paced. So much so that you actually forget it's an endurance race.
Beautiful onboard shot with the Lamborghini that we're on board with just now, I believe. Certainly it's all blurred out very artistically as we've got 3 wide down the start finish straight, because of course we do. This is the battle for 7th, 8th and 6th, 7th and 8th position at the moment. Someone's got to give. One of these cars is going to go in the barriers. You just absolutely not. 4 wide, of course. To be fair, that was awesome. I really, really enjoyed that. But you've got Lambo on the outside trying to lean in, takes both cars off, and well, that's GT3 just doing GT3 things, I guess. And that's straight back onto the track as well here. Well, that happened.
It definitely does. They were just trying to show each other. Well, I'd love to say some love, but that seems a bit like hate. And they were trying to find their position, but it happens. You know, big grids, a lot of competitors. These things happen. So let's hope that it settles down for a bit. You know, I think even as a driver, you kind of want a few laps of calm. Everyone just doing what they need to, a bit of space, just so you can find yourself, because you do not want to get stuck. Look, 3 minutes into the race and we're already fighting and jostling for position and we have contact. That's not how you set up a great race, and I think a lot of drivers would rather do without that.
Yeah, when you say hoping that it's going to calm down, it's like, oh, you sweet summer child, welcome to the FTR Sim 3D world. This is it for the next 4 hours. It's usually chaos for the first 20 minutes and then it calms down. But here we go, move for the lead then as Sim Racing Grid Phoenix goes side by side with Goryo Autosport. Goryo, you just know, are going to try and keep the foot in, because they have to get this win right now. This is everything. They might as well just pack it up if this doesn't go through. But it looks like Sim Racing Grid going to have the inside line. But they drive right round the outside. Goryo Autosport, what a performance that was. Oh, wow. Let's just pretend we didn't see that, Tapello. I think ignorance is bliss, maybe, in that sort of thing.
Yeah, we'll just pretend we both blinked at the same time and things happened, right? No, but that was such a brave move. You know, being on the outside is such a tricky place to be on any racing circuit. So seeing someone be so brave to go there and position their car like that, that's racing for you.
Yeah, it really is. The other bit that I'm panicking about is how quickly these LMP3s are catching up on the GT4s. Oh no, oh no! And that is Stage 1 Racing 83, just all by themselves, with no help whatsoever, just deciding to spin it round. Okay, well, as you do, I guess. They start from pit lane, remember. So David van Stramsbroek obviously struggling to get these tyres warmed up. Back to the LMP3 lead battle then. Eagle Speed Academy coming under pressure from Sim Racing Grid Phoenix. They're desperate to undo the damage that happened there, and that is a lot of damage. That potential is the championship right there. They had to win this race. Either way, they're going to try and get this 3rd position back. I don't doubt that they will. They're also going to have to get past Hugh Jas White as they go into turn 1. And I might have been a little bit overly optimistic. Well, I might have been overly optimistic as to how fast the the LMP4s are catching the GT4s, although the GT4s have massively spread out. They're kind of bunched all over the place, so we'll give it another sort of 10-15 minutes before I think they'll catch on to them here. But either way, Goryo Autosport lead Hugh Jas White Racing from SimGrid Phoenix, and then Sun Racing Grid Phoenix, excuse me, and Eagle Speed Academy Esports. That's your LMP3s. Here is your GT3 Pro leader, Backmarker Racing Razzle Dazzle. And again, they've really had a fantastic season so far. Jonathan Germain currently behind the wheel of that one, and they will be hoping that they get more of the same. with the fact that Marco Race and Razzle Dazzle have just really set everything alight just now, and I'm wondering if Egidius Cookstis is going to be who's sharing the car with them tonight. But either way, we've moved back to FTR Esports Gold, and they are chasing down Rosado Motorsports in that Porsche you can see just in front. And again, the other thing with this as well is that, like you said, I mean, it's 7 minutes in, and it feels like this is a 30-minute race. This is just so frantic right now.
Yeah, and like I said, these endurance races sometimes take a persona of their own. They can sometimes be very aggressive, very quick. But I think that just shows the level of competitiveness, because I don't think you push that hard if you know that you're not going to make something come of it. You know, a lot of drivers will push the boundaries knowing very well that whatever gains they can make early on in the race, they can kind of hold and maintain for, let's say, the first hour or something. So I think there's a lot of confidence, but also there's a lot of desperation to make something work, put themselves in a competitive position. So yeah, endurance racing, I think that's the beauty of it, is that there's so much strategies that go on, there's so much trains of thought, but ultimately you take all of that, put it on one circuit, and you say, let's have a go. And that can either give you the worst race possible or the best race possible. And fingers crossed, we're on the latter on this one.
Yeah, that's exactly the case with that. And, you know, it's always one of those issues where when you're doing the championship and it comes down to this last race, and what always gets me is like if you win the race and it's still not enough to secure the championship. So you see the GT4s all fighting amongst themselves. It looks like it's pretty much all of the Mercs out there just now. They're all having fun down there in the GT4s. We've got a couple of BMW M4s in there. You've got Ron Wolf. What I love about the Sim 3D Championship, mostly to Pell, is the team names. Ron Wolf in the 338 out there in the huge ass black there, but obviously you get them coming up on our time screen as their own private team names, and it's like some of them are obviously yeah, some of them share my rather immature sense of humour.
Yeah, and look, they say you never age when you can smile and have a laugh. So some of these team names, I was going through the list earlier on today, and it's just comedy galore. Like, for example, just look at the GT3 Pro Class. Leading car is called Backmarker Racing. The team name is Backmarker Racing. There's irony afoot, and look, it's great. And I think that's what I love about the sim racing community. The more I delve deep into it, it just seems like, yes, there's respect, there's admiration, but there's a tiny hint of an unhinged nature to it, where things can go really wild. And usually it's the team names, the personas, and some of the drivers, by the way, because some of these guys have the wildest personalities you'll ever see, ever input into a human, and it's just a great show. That's all I can say sometimes.
Can confirm, after chatting to half of these guys and girls in Discord, I can absolutely confirm what you've just said there. We've got our first tears of the evening. Ayalis de Vries from Art Sim Racing in YouTube chat, saying great job on taking the Art 1 car out on lap 2. Oh dear, is all I'm going to say on that one. We'll have to see if our broadcast producer can find out what on earth happened to that car there, but yeah, I think that might have been that whole. Well, wait, was that not what we just saw? The Lambo getting taken out, and the two of them escorting each other off and out the corner. I think it was.
Yeah, I think they stayed together a bit too long, and unfortunately, one came a cropper. So, yeah, already seeing some spicy attitude, which is, I mean, racing, competitive nature. But it happens, and unfortunately sometimes you either need to take it on the chin or you need to let it go. But as we see here, the GT4 cars look gigantic against the LMP3s, and this is what I love. It's such a blend. Like, prototype cars are a stuff of dreams that they look so weird against the conventional kind of car. And it's all funny, but we've also spoken about this in the other commentary we do, David, that part of learning racecraft is how to get out of the way of faster cars and just make sure that when you do it, you're not getting into a crash and you're not losing race time.
Yeah, I think that why I laugh in advance is more of a nervous laughter with these LMP3s, knowing their track record in this championship, nuking every single GT4 car in sight, and possibly occasionally even if they get hungry, the odd GT3 car as well here. But we're already into traffic, and that means that we will be enduring that for another 10 minutes before we get onto the back of the GT3s. Now that is going to be a different, absolutely different kettle of fish altogether. The gap now between Gorio Autosport and Sim Racing Grid Phoenix over 4 seconds. The great thing about this as well is that obviously with a 4-hour race, and we get to chill and relax and hang out with all of you over in chat. And unfortunately, it's like it's just Ayala's De Vries joined us in the chat. So Ayala's gutted that you had that incident. Thank you so much for the kind words about the broadcast, and hopefully you stick with us for the rest of the evening. But other than that, we've got a little bit of bumping and grinding going on here. This is not for the lead of the GT3 AM class. It's not actually the GT3 AM that's fighting. That is another car that's just behind. That is one of the Lambos, isn't it? Sorry, one of the Ferraris, isn't it? Or was I right in saying that first time rounds? I think I might have been actually. Yeah, so that was not, as I say, that was GT3 AM that we were looking at previously, but now we're on to the GT3 Pros. That is Art Sim Racing 2, just behind. This is for position, so this is the fight for 6th place. And I did figure out who it was, by the way. That was actually, it was Ryan Chevalier in the 122 for GT3 Pro. That's who Johnny Alaya was facing off against in the 1110s racing car we were watching just a couple of seconds ago. But either way, this battle for 6 still very, very hotly contested. Now, what we find, and this is the issue, is that we get about 25 minutes of action here with everybody very, very close, and then they all spread out very significantly. But the GT4 battle is heating up very nicely indeed. We've got a proper fight for 2nd position, as that is white for Chris Sewell, for FTR Esports white, but we've got a 3-car fight for 2nd position. Torque Freak Racing by TFR Lab, Huge Ass Blue, and DX Droid Sim Racing by Letroom. All of these cars here, a 2.5 seconds between the 3 of them, and it is just starting to eke out a little bit.
Yeah, it's a very interesting kind of battle, because ever so often you'll get a faster car that they kind of need to make space for, but they're doing a very good job of keeping in touch with each other. And we often see this, you know, in sprint racing, where the objective sometimes can be how much pressure can you keep on the car in front, and the best way to do that is to kind of attack them and make it known that you're there. So in an endurance race, the kind of mentality is you put pressure by being consistent. But as we're seeing in the GT4 class, they're going for the sprint mantra of put pressure by letting someone know that you're there. So it's a very interesting dynamic, very interesting competition. And with equal cars, it's dare I say, driver mod that has to do the difference. So that will be very interesting to see how they carry on. We're 15 minutes in, but long way to go. But they're already making an impression on each other, and that will continue for a very, very long time. But as we ride on board here with Fastlane Motorsport, Jilly Verstappen currently in P10, putting some pressure on the Porsche. Porsche getting a very, very good exit out of the corners. But you see, and this is the tricky thing about following a car so closely, is you tend to start mirroring what they do, the lines they take. You kind of, if I can do what they're doing, then I don't lose pace. But that was a tricky, very, very tricky late braking there. But reflexes are still on point, and as you see, trying to adjust for that, you just give your competitor some room to stretch their lead. But Porsche versus Porsche, very, very close together on track. This can go on for a while here.
It absolutely can, and with huge, huge championship consequences as well. Remember as well, the AM score points in the pro battles as well, so which I've never got my head round at all for the entirety of the season. But either way, it's extra points, as we see and LMP of David Van Slansbroek coming up to the Porsche. So they are technically on the same lap. So this is this is fourth position. Of course, there's not going to be any blue flags. There's a GT4 that was in the way there as well. He's going to try and squeeze up the inside. Is there going to be a room? Not that, I mean, it's not the most obvious point for a GT3, LMP3 to get past. But either way, I guess he's made it happen. David Van Slansbroek is on the same lap as the leader, just about 3/4 of the lap down, and he's having to fight through. So what I like is, Tapilla, this is going to give you your first taste of what an LMP3 GT3s is going to look like, because that was just like 2 cars that he had to get through there, but he's going to have to get through the entire field, and he's got about 15 of them up in front of them. This is going to be very, very tasty indeed. Now, this is a big change for GT4's. Torque Freak Racing by TFR Lab are now up to the back end of Eagle Speed Academy, so that is all change at the moment. We can also see Sim Racing Grid Phoenix now lapping about 0.4 of a second faster than your race leader Gorio Autosport. So again, this is all championship things that are coming out here, especially because Torque Freak Racing by TFR Lab are in second position, and at the moment I'm looking for Hugh Jass Gold in the 337, and well, they're a lap down. So your championship leaders, Austin Tucker in GT4, are a lap down. So as it stands at the moment, I think I'll have to work out the points and what they get for that. I think it's still enough. They just basically have to finish here, but if they don't finish, that is, oh geez, that is not the best way forward. Yeah, I mean, it's on a knife edge. I can't believe that Hugh Jass Gold are potentially looking at maybe losing this championship.
Yeah, look, that's how the cookie crumbles sometimes, and that's what you need in racing. Look, they might be hoping for stroke of luck, some drivers can run into problems, the race changes dynamics, there's a safety car. But you're right, to win you need to be there or thereabouts, you need to fight in the front, and as we're seeing in that GT4 class, it's very tricky, it's very close, but you need to make that impression, and that's what we're seeing. Eagle Speed Academy, actually we've had a swap in GT4. Torque Freak Racing is now ahead of Eagle Speed Academy. So again, there we go, talking about making that impression and making it known that you're there, you're trying to be competitive. That's what racing is all about. And look, we're only 20 minutes into a 4-hour race, but we're already seeing battles for position, for the lead, and if all goes well, for the championship as well. So this is action-packed, and we've still got a long way to go. And again, David, you're right. Seeing these LMP3 cars trying to go through traffic is a sight to behold, because they make you wince sometimes at how aggressively they want to get past and where they choose to get past, that you really start to question, is this the best decision if you really want to finish this race? But they're the racers, we're the commentators. But I think we have a replay coming up.
Yep, let's go and see some previous action then. This is from the GT4s, and this is the overtake for the lead. So this is how David Barraclough got that done on Lorenz de Vlieger around the outside, and to be fair, Lorenz de Vlieger there, I think, facilitating that overtake there, not fighting it too hard, maybe knowing that he's on a completely different strategy and not actually having to fight all that much. Meanwhile, in front of the LMP3s now, Gorio Autosport under real pressure here from Sim Racing Grid Phoenix. Remember, this is the fight for the championship just now. They must win, must Sim Racing Grid Phoenix, and Gorio Autosport, it's the other way about. Gorio Autosport need to win ahead of Sim Racing Grid Phoenix. So again, it just shows, to come down to the final round like this, I mean, granted the difference is going to be 10 points, so if it's finished as it was now, then Sim Racing Grid Phoenix would win the championship by 1 point. How crazy is that?
You're right. How crazy is that? Insanely crazy. But that's what we love. We love to see a season where it's competitive, everything's on the line. Like you're saying now, how often do you get to a season and it's still competitive in the last race, where any sort of finish, any position makes the difference. Any overtake is crucial. Any fast lap is key to maintaining everything. And even in a situation like this, right, you see the gap has just opened up between Gorilla Autosport and Sim Racing Grid, and that was just due to them passing slower cars. So again, to try and get that lead, to try and get that win, there's so many things that have to go your way, and there are so many things you have to navigate. But now that they've gotten through a bit, that's a bit tricky, a slower car on the racing line. Let's see, will they get through? Yes, they gave them the room. So you see, again, the gap is back to 1.5, but as we saw just in that brief exchange, Sim Racing Grid is very competitive, and they will close that gap fairly quickly. So there's no time to breathe, but you just need to keep driving.
Oh dear, right. David van Slamsbroek in the middle of all of these GT3s. Bart Horston makes a move up the inside for Brabham Esports, trying to hold on to that fourth position. Of course, they're all fighting through these GT4s that they're putting a lap down on, or at least a handful of the GT4s just now. So this is starting to get very sketchy indeed. And the thing is that watch on the track map on the right hand side, the 39 and the 23, those are your race leaders. They have just got about another lap before they get upon the GT3 traffic, and that is going to that's going to be where all the sparks fly, and we will see that at least 4 or 5 times throughout the course of this day. You can see there Jelva Straten fighting off side by side with FTR Esports Gold. In fact, actually, sorry, that's not FTR Esports Gold. That is a completely different car. That's an AM car. That's the Arctic Racing 220 car. So that's third place in AM. As we're watching Fastlane Motorsport, they're making their way through the second half of the circuit. They've just been passed by the LMP3s. And here is Hugh Jas Blue, Alex Clank behind the wheel, and again you've got all these GT3s, and for the GT4s, I feel a little bit sorry for them, because I mean they just get battered from left to right by LMP3s and 2 classes of GT3s.
Unfortunately, they're the small fish in a very, very big pond. And that actually, like, that's one of the questions that I wanted to ask. Like, if you were racing in this race, David, well, we definitely know not GT4, but I was going to ask, what racing class would you like to be in? Because I feel like, you know, in a multi-class race, there's a lot of things you have to consider. Some people will say they want closer racing, so kind of the slower cars, as it may be, seem more interesting. Some people just want to go as fast as possible and, like you're saying, abuse the slower cars. So an LMP3 might be of interest. So I was about to ask, and then you decided to mention that, yeah, it's a sad sight and a sad tale for the GT4 cars, because it seems like no one cares about them, and any opportunity to bully a GT4 car is taken with both hands.
Oh yeah, it's the whole South Park kick the baby sort of thing in real life, and it's nice to watch, because the GT4s regularly do get their own back on the LMP4s by LMP3s by just absolutely refusing steadfastly to do. Like, yeah, that's what we see from the GT3s, as we've got a message from Race Control. And that is a 5-second time penalty to the Squadron Veloci by Fastlane Motorsport car on the 246. That is initial contact made from the dive. Main contact is attributed to heavy netcode, as what is actually going on here. GT3s and GT4s and everything in between. It is a melee right now. A scrum trying to get past here. And again, Sim Racing Grid Phoenix get caught out by this traffic. They're really not having the best of days with the traffic right now. Either way, they get to live another day 0.8 of a second behind Goryu Autosport. And I do wonder if there's a different map going on, a different engine performance mode from Goryu Autosport, certainly because of the power that Sim Racing Grid Phoenix are able to get on them in a straight line here. But either way, here comes some more GT3s.
Yeah, and you can just see what, right? Sim Racing Grid Phoenix was 0.2 quicker in the previous lap, And you're right, there is a difference, and it's showing up immensely well in these straights. So yes, there might be a bit of management, there might be a bit of strategic choices being made. I thought the driver from Mugello, Akram Zanoni, was about to lose it. I saw the car twitch a bit. Had my heart in my throat there. But yes, coming up to more traffic, let's see how well they can get their way through the traffic. Fairly simple pass on the BMW, but it is about to get a bit tricky, especially in the twistier stuff, because you really need to force your way a bit there. But seems like the drivers in the GT3 cars are being a bit more passive, allowing the overtakes easily. But yes, if there's a challenge, it will get more difficult. But as we look here, the Sim Racing Grid Phoenix cars getting really good exits out of the corners and putting a lot of pressure on Goria Autosport driver Akram Zanoni at this point. And I think I have to say it's just a matter of when and not if, because the Sim Racing Grid Phoenix driver is looking confident and that car is looking quick at this phase of the race. Might be time to use these slower cars as a bit of strategic blockages to try and preserve your place if you're driving for Goria Autosport at this moment. And Akram Zanoni is doing really well to navigate through that traffic without losing that much position. But right now the Sim Racing Grid Phoenix car is in the slipstream, less than a tenth of difference, and this is a really long straight on circuit. Pulls out to the outside. Let's see who's going to be more confident, who's going to brake late. Well done, Akram Zanoni, holding that inside line, just making the car as wide as possible, but positioning it really well that you're kind of preventing the switcheroo as well and the undercut. So that is brilliant driving, brilliantly defended, and they're in some clear air, so no traffic to think about for a bit. They should get some time to try and open a gap again.
It's really awesome to see some great racecraft there from both cars there between Goria Autosport and Sim Racing Grid Phoenix. A little bit further back, this is Bart Horston behind the wheel of the Merc for Brabham Esports. Now they're fighting in the GT3 Pro class just now. They are having a bit of a awesome season, it's safe to say, in the 162 championship leaders by what is 23 points right now. So as it stands, this is all they need to do, because they get a haul of points today and they would comfortably walk away with the championship title, and that's not really going to satisfy them, as there's chaos and carnage as Yelver straight in. Fastlane Motorsport, that car was the one that was caught up with Lorenz de Vlieger. Now that was your GT4, that was in second place in GT4 just a couple of seconds ago. That was fighting with Torque Freak Racing by TFR Lab there, and well, that is absolute devastation, and Lorenz de Vlieger out of the race, and you hate to say it, you absolutely hate to see it. The 384 Eagle Speed Esports Academy, the former race leader, is out of the race after that contact there, and the 145 is also into pit lane. So again, I think that's their second warning that they've had here. Maybe I'm getting that mistaken. I'm sure that was the race control message that popped up, but either way, wow, that is... Let's have a look here, what happens. And both of them coming through. So it's the GT3 trying to get past a GT4 car. Oh, he's lost it, and actually, to be fair to it, so firstly, it wasn't the 145, sorry, it was the 144 that was involved in that earlier incident. I think that's a racing incident. He did try to hold his brakes. You could see them locked up, puffing and smoking, and it's just one of those unfortunate things, I think.
Yeah, look, the unfortunate thing sometimes in racing, and we tend to see it as some racing grid car just locking up their brakes and going wide, is, you know, sometimes you lose the rear of the car in a very tricky corner, and as much as you can try to reposition, as much as you can try and gain control, sometimes you end up just being a passenger. And you're right, they try to keep that car off the line, they lock their brakes, but it's a racing incident through and through, in my opinion. Something just happened and there wasn't much that a driver can do. And we see this, right? We see this in some racing, we see this in real racing as well, that it's really down to the discretion of the stewards who are looking at the incident on how they perceive it. Do they think enough effort was made to try and hold a certain line or keep out of trouble? But yeah, very, very unfortunate, losing control of the car when there wasn't contact or something really hurts for a driver. It does give a bit of a knock to the confidence and just the overall racing spirit of a driver. But these things happen, and that's very unfortunate. But unfortunately, that's racing.
Yeah, and well, it is what it is, I guess, is the very, very unfortunate point of all of this. Either way, now we're at the point where everything is kind of in flux just now. You've got your two LMP3 race leaders now who are still nose to tail, separated by just tenths of a second. It feels like Sim Racing Grid Phoenix and David Johansson, he's desperate to make the move, but he's almost a little too keen, a little too eager to get past here at Mugello. He has the better car, he has the better run through the corners here, but again it seems to be David Johansson tripping over David Johansson.
Yeah, actually, as they pull out to the outside, I was about to say, yeah, you're actually right, David, in that, sometimes to get a move, you shouldn't really push it. You kind of need to let it come towards you, as we see some weaving to try and break the toe on the very, very long straight here at Mugello. It will be interesting to see how they go into the braking zone, but now they're side by side. Sim Racing Grid has got slightly ahead. Will they be brave enough to keep pushing on the outside? Ooh, going sideways, almost losing the rear. Well held there, but Gorio Autosport still holding on to that first position, making it really, really difficult. But David Johansson, you're right, David, it really looks like it's sometimes David Johansson against David Johansson. But as we go further down to the GT3 Pro Class here, Ferrari versus Mercedes, again side by side, giving each other a bit of respect, almost getting some contact because of the bump on the curbs there by the Mercedes, and ART Sim Racing 2 can hold 6th position for now, but RPM Racing Black Mercedes is still very close and is still in the hunt. So this is another interesting battle. We're trying to see these drivers just kind of go wheel to wheel through these turns, and it is a wide enough track to do it, but you really need to be precise to kind of avoid contact and avoid incidents. So yeah, you're right, David, there's a lot on the line, but these drivers are pushing for it, definitely.
Yeah, and listen, they're definitely up for the challenge. They've been fighting through this all through the season, and what a battle we've got here for the final rounds of the championship. If you just joined us, ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome to the Sim Sport Solutions YouTube channel. This is the FTR event Sim 3D Sports Car Series, Season 5, Round 6 here, the 4 hours of Mugello. Dave Christie on commentary, along with my good buddy making his FTR debut, Tapello Marioli, and we are here for every moment of this right now. Meanwhile, looks like Gorio Autosport have absolutely lit the fuse on that car here. I wonder if Sim Racing Grid have maybe cooked their tyres a little bit early with all those lock-ups and with all of that lateral movement on the tyres, because that gap is now 1.4 seconds as we see a move here for GT3 Pro. This is the fight for second position. You've got second and third fight now. You've got an LMP3 car trying to go around the outside. This is almost certainly never, ever, ever going to end well, and one of these cars is going to end up crying before bedtime.
Yeah, most definitely, and I love how you put that, because yeah, multi-class racing, that's always the catch, right? There's always the catch in, you need to have faith in the other drivers being aware that you're there, you're in a faster car, and you need to get that move done. So I always find the best way to do it, and honestly, I don't know if it's the best, but for me it tends to be the best way, is to kind of take a breath. You need to exercise really, really good patience. And we've seen some drivers already in this race try to force the overtake in a very tricky part of the circuit, especially if you're going to go on the outside of a long sweeping curves. Naturally, the cars are going to pull wide, and you don't want to be there. So maybe sometimes looking to do it after the curves, doing it at the end of the straight or at the beginning of the straight is the better option. But sometimes drivers have this do it now or don't do it at all mentality, and I think we're seeing it on show in how the LMP3s are trying to, dare I say, bludgeon their way through the grid.
Yeah, on that note as well, it's something we've seen all the way through the entire championship. I mean, remember, this is a 6-round championship. It started all the way back in October at the 4 hours of Daytona, and who knew that it was going to get all the way through to the end of the season and still not be decided. We've seen it in many championships before where, you know, by round 4, it's in the bag, or you've got a certain favourite who is likely to win. Whereas right now, especially with the way things are going right now, I mean, this is just absolutely too close to call right now. I mean, let's bring you up to date with the championships right now. Let's look at the LMP3 class then. And as we said, your championship leaders in that at the moment are Sim Racing Grid Phoenix on 121 points. They're ahead of Goryeo Autosport, but Goryeo Autosport are leading this race. The gap is 11 points. There is 35 points for the winner and 25 points for second place. So that's a net difference of 10 points. So that would be 10 points that Goryeo Autosport take off of Sim Racing Grid Phoenix, which leaves 1 point. That LMP3 battle would be decided by 1 point. But again, crazier things have happened. If anything happens to that Sim Racing Grid Phoenix car, then they are in a world of trouble. Looking at the GT3 Pro Championship, and Brabham Esports have got a stranglehold on that right now, 23 points ahead, and they are in 3rd position. That is more than enough, more than comfortable, given that RPM Racing are behind them, and so are FTR Esports Black. Both of them are basically the ones that are any chance of doing anything with this championship, with the GT3 and 1110th Racing out by 5 points. They're in the lead of their championship, ahead of Squadra Veloci by Fastlane Motorsport, who are out of the race, I believe, in the 246. Digitrack Sim Racing Team are then 23 points behind, and they are in 2nd place, so they won't be able to do anything with that. And then on the GT4s, huge ass goals in the 337 car. Now they are away down in 7th position. They've got a 30-point lead. They just need to finish this race. But if they don't finish this race, they don't score points. And more importantly, that means that Torque Freak Racing by TFR Lap could take the win here, as we go back to the LMP3s and Sim Racing Grid Phoenix. And it's time for round 62 of David Johansson versus David Johansson.
So we're already at that point now where it's a spectacle within itself. But yes, you know, it's I'm actually quite amazed at how well they're keeping pace with each other, because if you look at the different lap times, you'll see the Goryeo Autosport car can be 2/10 quicker, or it's the Sim Racing Grid car that's 2/10 quicker in the next lap, and the gap always fluctuates. So it's always interesting. But like you're saying, I think the onus now is on David Johansson to kind of, I don't want to say back off, but give themselves some breathing room, give themselves some thinking space, because when they're following this close and trying to put pressure like this, as we've seen already, they're the ones who fall into the mistakes. They, you know, losing the rear in mid-corner and kind of losing it on adjustment. Let's see, not close enough to go for a move there. But I think it's one of those moves at this point you have to set over, not over a sector, not over a corner, but it's that move you set over a lap or 2 or 3, just to give yourself enough time to think through it and then see how you can make the move stick. Because you're losing a lot of time, and you're right, you might be eating up tires as well, trying to force a move like this. But as we see in the GT3 racing class, the Brabham Esports Mercedes looking very racy at this point, within 2/10 of the RPM Racing Blue Porsche. Can they do something into this first corner? No, they cannot, but they are still keeping pace, and they are close enough. And as we talk about them, the FTR Esports Ferrari also looking to get into this battle, trying to fight for position. And we often see this in motorsport when 2 cars are fighting and the 3rd car comes in. The 3rd car usually has the box office seats to the cars in front, and they usually end up in front because the 2 in front end up fighting so much they forget that there's a 3rd car. If you watch Formula 1, that is the through goes Hamilton scenario, if you understand that. But yes, very interesting racing, and we're starting to see the bit of the battles develop within classes. There's a bit of separation between the cars, and it's really about finding yourself in a group that's got the pace but also fighting for position.
Sorry, did somebody mention Formula 1? Sorry, I fell asleep there. My bad. Oh, right, what's happened here? Sim Racing Grid Phoenix into pit lane now. This, actually, to be fair, that's around about the time that we can expect these LMP3 cars into pit lane. So Gorio Autosport have managed to hold on here, but interestingly, that's the first car and only car into pit lane from the LMP3s at this point. So I would have expected maybe one more just to kind of prove it was the point, but definitely I think that is, you know, about 45 minutes, that's about right for the LMP3s, I believe. So either way, it's a fun time all round.
Yeah, and you know, as is often the case in racing, a pit stop usually triggers the radars of everyone else. So we might see a few of the other LMP3 cars coming into the pits to try and get themselves sorted, but yeah, that's how you kind of force people into something. As we see here, again, the Brabham Esports Mercedes trying to go around the outside. A deep Porsche holds position again, and very well done. This battle is still tight, and if the FTR Esports Ferrari wants to get a move done, I think they just need to be patient. They just need to be patient, because the more the Mercedes and Porsche fight, the bigger the opportunity will be for the Ferrari to try and sneak in under and get a move done.
Yeah, what I'm loving as well is the fact that it's so tight between this, but the Brabham Esports car looks very, very intimidating. It's almost, you know, placing itself in positions but not actually going for the kill, if that makes sense. It seems to just sort of dab on the brakes a little bit, and that's allowing that FTR Esports car to catch right onto the tail end here. As there we go, Brabham up the inside through it, the right hander. Surely this is going to be for position, but no, keeps it in the foot, and unfortunately can't quite hold that down, and that is going to be a position then for Brabham Esports through on RPM Racing Blue. That Porsche can't quite hold off, and this is now the turn of the Ferrari to try and get past that RPM Racing Blue machine just now. So Sim Racing Grid Phoenix have come out of pit lane. They've done their first of presumably quite a few pit stops, as FTR Esports White is there as well. As into the pit lane then come Eagle Speed Academy Esports. A lock up on the brakes suggests that car was maybe going a little bit faster than it should have been. Of course, automatic penalties handed out by the race control software, but 45 minutes in, it's been a genuinely enjoyable race here at Mugello, with lots on offer here, as Eagle Speed Academy Esports is finally back out. Geoffrey Rowlands behind the wheel of that one, and again, very little that they can do from this, Tapello, but it's more just about getting out there and trying to take part in things.
It's all about trying to take part, but there's also a learning aspect to this, right? We spoke about this, kind of touched on it already in the race, in that, you know, with a multi-class race like this, you need to be very aware of what you're doing on circuit, how to go about circuit, how to get out of the way of faster cars. So being out on circuit, like we've already saw, yes, they're not going to do much, but they're going to learn in a live race environment, and just how to deal with the pressures of a live race, and just how to navigate. So that's race IQ learned for future races. And as we know, the best thing about sim racing drivers is they will put in the work. These guys put so many hours into perfecting their craft, getting really good at this, that even I question my dedication to gaming and racing, because looking at how much work they go through, I just have to give them a round of applause. So yes, coming into a race like this, if there's nothing going for you, then at least the learning aspect is there. But focusing back on track, the RPM Racing Blue Porsche is still keeping the FTR Esports Black Ferrari behind. Bit of a gap, but the Brabham Esports Mercedes as well is not really pulling away by a considerable amount. So the overtake might be on, but as we see the RPM Racing Porsche finally go into the pits, maybe well timed, they just lost the position, they weren't really making an impression, not going to get the move back, so might as well go into the pits, kind of take a soft reset, do what you need to do. If it's new tires, if it's more fuel, then you have the reset and you go on track and attack again.
Beautiful shot there through the window, through the glass, the plexiglass on the pit wall there of the huge-ass white LMP3 car, making its way out of pit lane then, and having its first pit stop. So Gordio Autosport then, pit stop-wise, is obviously decided to try and do the long game here. They have decided to stay out a little bit longer than everyone else, and as if by magic, right on cue, into the pit lane they go. So they're in for their first pit stop. Now, here's the question. What is going to happen with Sim Racing Grid Phoenix? Are they going to be able to do the undercut here? As out comes RPM Racing Blue's Robert Lancaster. Slightly early for pit stops for the GT3s. Wasn't expecting that to be going in, given that normally on a full fuel tank, you'd see them out in around about sort of 55 minutes. That's what we would usually see. But of course, the other thing to remember, which I completely forgot, so a huge thank you to our broadcast team for reminding me of this politely in the ears, 75% fuel tank capacity that they have in this championship. So that really adds a nice little spice to things here, Trapello, where the cars have to really plan ahead and sort out that fuel.
Yeah, it's adding a different layer of strategy, right? Because like you're saying, it's not normal for GT3 cars to come at this point, but that's why that kind of limitation on fuel capacity is so interesting. It just makes you plan. It's all the math that these drivers have to do. If you really want to make a race work, you have to plan for it, and you need to account for such things. And it adds an added layer of strategy. Do you short fuel? Do you try and run a bit longer? So it is making it a very interesting race to watch. And like we said, a lot of drivers will try and make it different, try something different in the first and second and third stint, but that's what it is, and that's very interesting to see.
Absolutely is. This is a move for position. Austin Tucker trying to take 6th position there from FTR Esports GT4. Very gently, I think we'll say, showing that car to the outside line. But the Huge Ass Racing 321 car, the FTR Esports car, has the outside line, has the drive, and will take that position back. Huge Ass going to have to think again on that one. GT3's coming out of pit lane. They're going to have to be very, very careful. They're already cleared by that point. Right, so back to the LMP3s, because what I didn't notice there is that gap is now 7/10 of a second. Sim Racing Grid Phoenix getting ahead of Goryo Autosport. So that move has been done. That was a great decision from Sim Racing Grid Phoenix to come in early, but we're watching this GT4 battle. This is getting very, very fighty indeed, as FTR still trying to hold that inside line with the black Mercedes. And again, a lot of respect from these drivers, a lot of discipline from these drivers, showing that they can fight at the top stage here without coming into contact with each other. Here is David Barraclough though, and this is the GT4 battle for the lead. Huge Ass Blue in the lead, but here comes Torque Freak Racing by TFR Lab. They have to pull out of it. They can't do anything. They had a GT3 car that was trying to get away there. Pull to the outside, try and get the run through. And I tell you what, they've got a hell of a run here coming up through turns 2 and 3 here, Tapello.
Yeah, hell of a run. And again, I think what's also nice to see is the respect that some of these drivers are giving to each other and getting set for these corners. But as we see here, again, very, very interesting. Now we're back to GT3 Pro, and we're looking at the backmarker racing car. And look, it's very interesting to see because Ferraris look fairly solid around the turns, and a lot of the cars at Brabham Esports, Mercedes coming out of the pits. So we saw the undercut work in LMP3. I'm very interested to see how the GT3 cars can deal with the strategies and deal with these pit stops, because look, they've been tight. We've seen a few battles, and we know what happens when some cars are battling and some cars are running in clear air. That difference in the racecraft, that difference in kind of race setting makes for very, very interesting evolution, shall I say, around the pit. So that will be very interesting. But as we look here, focusing on the FTR Esports Ferrari, now in front of the Brabham Esports Mercedes, not a big gap, but it is worth noting, as we see, they are still following the RPM Racing Porsche as well. So the undercut definitely worked again for the Porsche. Now in front, resume their position with a bit of a gap, about a second, so they can breathe for a bit. But as we've seen, breathing for a while in this race is not recommended, because these guys will come up on you fast and with a lot of fury. So you always need to keep your foot pinned and be aware of what's happening around you, David.
Yeah, and we're watching Richard Cawthron just now, of course, one of the admins at FTR events, a very well-known face within the community Discord. So he's out there in the FTR Esports Black car. That car's had a fair run of bad luck through the season, but unfortunately that's going to be a lot of the action for just now, as we go back to the GT3 Pros, because the LMP3s close it down, as that was all very close with Huge Ass White Racing there. But the GT3 Pros coming together very, very quickly. RPM Racing Blue, FTR Esports Black and Brabham Esports all coming back into each other just now. And this is the one thing to explain to our audience as well, is that, you know, you might be in some championships used to this constant, constant battling all the way through for the course of 4 hours. What you'll find here is that you'll have a very busy part, and then it'll get quiet, and then it'll get very, very busy, and then it'll get quiet again, and then out of nowhere, it'll just get really, really busy again. So this is one of the quieter parts of the race as the gaps start to grow. Remember, we've got 3 hours left in this race here. The LMP3 battle seems to have cooled down quite significantly. GT3 Pros, that is Backmarker Racing, Razzle Dazzle. They've got a comfortable 8-second gap, but it's this fight for second, third and fourth that is starting to hot up very, very nicely indeed. Other than that, I mean, you look down those timing deltas and the timing differences with all the cars there, and I mean, it's wild how much things spread out.
Yeah, it is. And look, I always find it interesting looking at the different phases of a race. You'll find a race kind of spread out, separate, especially multi-car races. They'll spread out, separate, but then they'll congest again, and you'll find them fighting again on the same piece of tarmac on the track. So that will be very interesting. But as we see here, the Rosado Motorsport Apex car currently running in P2 in the GT4 class. Is it? Yes, it is.
Yes, it is.
Currently looking good. Yes. Look, it's late, but my mind is still working. Again, GT4 class has been looking very tight, and it's all about getting yourself set up, right? We're almost done with the first hour. There's 3 hours to go. So it's all about the amount of progress you can make. I find a lot of drivers do this really well. They split a race into sections, whether that's the first hour, as we see the BMW, the Rosado Motorsport Apex BMW going into the pits to do their pit stop. So it's all about breaking the race down to sections. If I can do this in the first hour, set mini targets, set, kind of goals throughout the race, throughout the stint, that's how you make a long race work. And some of these drivers have become very, very good at doing that, and that's what helps them keep going. But focusing once again on the GT3 Pro class, with the Brabham Esports Mercedes still hot on the tail of the FTR Esports Ferrari, which is still on the tail of the RPM Racing Porsche. Very tight between these 3 cars, and judging by the way that they're going, I think we're still in for a long haul with these 3 cars. They will try and keep each other honest on the circuit. And one thing that is to their advantage, the more they push, they actually push their pace up. So they aren't really losing much, because as it stands like this, there's a considerable gap between each of the cars. So that means they're not fighting particularly to defend, but they're kind of pushing each other to go faster around circuit.
And that is part of the fun of this multi-class racing as well, is just, watching, drivers from the same class fighting with each other and pushing each other to the best that they can. But also, the LMP3s hustling the GT3s, and the GT3s hustling the GT4s. It's what adds that spice and makes it really, really enjoyable and just enthralling to watch here. But as you said, the first round of pit stops in the bank here. Now, one of the questions you asked me, Tapello, there earlier on was what car I would like to drive, and I think I actually would like to drive a GT4. As chaotic as it might be, I get the GT4s now. The GT3s, I feel, are... How can I say it? There's no way to say this nicely. The GT3s are fairly boring. They're point and shoot. They grip wonderfully. They're aerodynamic marvels. But the GT4s have like life to them. They're you know, you have to be gentle with them. You have to manage the tyres. You have to manage the car. They flop about like lazy Alsatians. They're so, you know, dull on the steering, but that's what makes it good, because to drive it fast you really have to absolutely push that thing as hard as you can, and that's what I like about it. And as far as the LMP3s coming along and causing havoc, I'll happily show them to the gravel.
Yeah, look, I find a lot of drivers actually prefer that, the kind of notion of a slower car, as we see number 5, David van Amsbroek in the Stage 1 Racing 83 LMP3 car going off circuit. But yeah, look, I agree with your point there, David. You know, a lot of drivers prefer the kind of slower car, drive it fast kind of mentality, in that a lot of the effort has to come from them rather than just the, dare I say, the technical excellence of the car. And that's very cool, you know, especially when you do races and you try. I urge all drivers to do this. Every sim racing enthusiast, just try and do this. Within a week, try and race every class that you have access to. Go GT4, GT3, LMP, whatever's available to you, and start to see the minutiae of each class. It's actually a very cool experience to go through, just to see the differences between the cars and what advantages are there, what disadvantages are there, and dare to challenge yourself in terms of skill to see where you lie as a driver. So I think I might agree with you here, David. I would love to have a go in the GT4 cars just to see how much I can extract from the package and just how far the limits can be in so-called slower car. Because the GT3 cars, they're great, I love them, but they tend to be the default for a lot of racing drivers and a lot of sim racing enthusiasts. So it would be interesting to see how well I can push a GT4 car.
Yeah, and I struggle pushing the GT4 car. Let's just get that right out of the gate here. But it makes it it's fun. It's a challenge. It's something different. It's like you were saying, you know, you have to push yourself. How often do we do it where we'll go into a sim and we'll just drive the one car and we'll do the same track over and over and over again, and there goes Brabham Esports. That is your championship leader. That's a spin. That's not going to cost too much. You're not going to lose position out of that. But is there going to be any stewards aftermath after that? Because that looked like that was a little bit of an unexpected break there, and well, you definitely don't want that to happen there. And
it just goes to show what we were talking about. Again, I guess curse of the commentator. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen, we all invited Tubbs, and Tubbs is here today. I'd said these cars were going to stay together for a long time, and already we're seeing the Brabham Esports car falling off the pace. And yes, as much as they haven't lost position, because the other cars are so far from them, the biggest problem is they've kind of lost touch with their competition. And we speak about this quite often midweek, David, in that, you know, sometimes as a driver you find that you're better at racing when you're following someone. That just allows you to manage your pace, look at your competition, gauge where you are and how to push adequately. But once you lose touch and you're running alone, you're running in clear air, your pace can be erratic. You start to lose touch, you kind of zone out, and you're not as fast as you can be, and sometimes as you should be, because you don't have, you know, equitable cars around you to gauge your pace and gauge your race. So this might be a bit of a difficult period in the race for the Brabham Esports Mercedes, but that's the test for the driver. Can you come back? Can you maintain pace? Can you make an impression?
And of course, this is the end of an era when it comes to iRacing as well, given that it's the end of the championship, but also this is the last ever championship that we'll have using the current weather system here for iRacing, and that's something I wanted to talk to you about, Tapello, as well. One of the big things here on iRacing, and I don't know how familiar you are with the platform, is that we've been clamouring for rain and weather to be added to the platform now for, it feels like forever. It feels like about 5 years plus. And it's been on the pipeline. It's been in the background. They've promised to keep it. You know, they've kept on promising that they're going to add it. They're going to add it. They're going to do this. They're going to do that. And it's been pushed back and it's pushed back. Well, it finally comes out with the release of the brand new Season 1 update, which happens on Tuesday, and rain finally gets added to the sim. And I'm just thinking, you know, do we think that we could get this sort of race in the LMP3s, GT3s and GT4s if it's already chaotic in completely dry circumstances? What the hell would it be like in the wet?
Well, challenging to say the least, right? But look, no disrespect to game developers, but I'm always surprised in the pursuit of hyperrealism and trying to get sim racing as close as possible to the real stuff, how often weather or you know, weather changes, rain and stuff tends to be the last thing that's considered. I understand there's a lot of development that has to go into it, a lot of computing power, but you'd assume that it's one of the first things that are put in there just to add variation in a race. And like you're saying, David, if you have this level of carnage now, the focus that it takes to survive a race now, with changing weather, ever-changing conditions, what can it be like? I say it's a very interesting thing. It's going to make the really good guys great, and it's going to push a lot of the guys that are still developing to really learn. I found that in a lot of racing games, I've developed my skill more in those difficult conditions, a drying track or a track that's semi-wet, you know, half of it is wet, half of it is dry, sometimes it's damp. That's where I've done my best development in trying to understand car control, setup, how to push, when to push, how to relax in the race. So I think it's a good thing. If, like you're saying, the new update is coming out, you'll get changing conditions, you'll get weather. That can only make the game so much better, more enjoyable, and just kick it up a notch for all the drivers.
Yeah, and you know, enjoyment is pretty much what it's all about at the end of the day. Certainly, an hour has come and gone. We have survived. We are here together, ladies and gentlemen, watching all of this just now. Let's take you through the standing order then, as it is the LMP3s. It's still Sim Racing Grid Phoenix out in front ahead of Gorio Autosport. That gap growing, and that is nearly 10 seconds. In fact, it is 10 seconds now ahead of Gorio Autosport. They're going to be coming in again for their pit stops in around about, I think, half an hour's time. Hugh Jas White in third position, Eagle Speed Academy Esports G in fourth position, and in Stage 1 Racing 83 in fifth position. To the GT3 Pros, top 5 looks like this. Backmarker Racing Razzle Dazzle are in the leads of the race. RPM Racing Blue in second place. FTR Esports Black in third, with Brabham Esports in fourth position. And then it is RPM Racing Black in fifth position. Then on the GT3 AMS, it's Olympic Racing Team. Mark Baxter Jones behind the wheel of that one, ahead of Digitrack's Racing Team. 10 seconds again is the gap there. Arctic Racing in third, Backmarker Racing Orange FTR in fourth position, then FTR Esports White in fifth, and then on to the GT4s. Björn Gruber leads the way in the Torque Freak Racing by TFR Lab 381 car, ahead of Hugh Jas Blue Racing. That's just 3.2 seconds that separates them just now. DXroid Racing by Letroom in third position. Rosado Motorsports Apex in fourth position. Then it's Hugh Jas Black Racing rounding out the top 5. Ron Wolf behind the wheel of that car in GT4. Of course, lots more cars in all of the classes, but again, just run through the top 5, and we can run through individual classes throughout the course of this race. But this is now a chance to have a look at some previous action from just a couple of laps ago. And this is Hugh Jas's Antonio Alvarez getting it all so very, very, very wrong, but thankfully not having to worry about it too much. still in third position, but losing around about 5 seconds because of that little excursion. Back to the fight for 6th position, and here is Angelo Luers fighting off Miguel Torres, and fighting is not the right word to use because that is that handed over on the silver platter. There is Hugh Jas White just behind in the LMP3 car, so looking a bit sketchy out there. We've also got Stage 1 Racing 383 into the pit lane. So do we think, given that it was around about sort of 35 minutes, 40 minutes the first time, I think we've still got another 20 minutes at least before we get pit stops for the LMP3s, surely?
Yeah, I think they've tried to equalize their stints, so yeah, we should be looking at another 20 minutes just to have the stints as equal as possible. But I hear we have a replay coming in my ear, so let's look what happened here. It is David van Almsbroek in the Benelux 83 car. Right, ooh, that's a very, very tricky way to lose it. You didn't see a snap, but the rear just gave up completely, and that's a very well held because they survived that, but that's a very, very weird way to lose a car there, David. Maybe something to do with how they braked, but we've got another replay coming up right now.
Oh no, it's the same person. David van Slamsbroek, the very next lap at the same corner, and locks it up again, and those tyres are absolutely cooked at this point. Sends it off into the gravel, and I think that might be their day done. They have decided to leave the race, I believe, and well, you kind of saw that one coming there. Sabello, I guess when it's difficult like that, I mean, they start from pit lane. Obviously, David van Slamsbroek hasn't really gotten to grips with the car around here. And I'm just thinking to myself, you know, what else can you possibly do at this point? You're pushing, you're trying to get back into the race, but surely the damage is already done.
Look, it's a very difficult decision to be in, and for the life of me, I don't think there's a perfect answer to do it. But I once asked a friend of mine, you know, we were comparing notes on sim racing and just how to get better. And he said, in situations like that, where nothing is coming around in your favor, best thing to do is also the worst feeling thing to do. And that's just to put your head down and keep going. Get as much laps as you can. Just be there, you know, just do it. Just do it. And I know it sucks. It is the worst thing. There's nothing like doing another hour when things aren't going your way. But as sucky as it is, remember, like we said, the thing with sim racing is every race is development for the next one. Every race gives you an understanding on your skill, your level, where you need to improve, and then you can do the next race. So sometimes you just need to put your head down and keep going.
Look, obviously we work on another championship which centres around the Kaizen principle of, you know, execute, review, improve, and you just go round and round and round again. I think that is exactly what you're alluding to there. That whole thing of one thing I struggled with in my numerous years of sim racing is that I never did that. I would just do races, and especially on iRacing, is I'd have a horrible race and I'd just jump out of it and just go into another one. I wouldn't think about what happened. I wouldn't think of what I could have done differently. I wouldn't think of what I could have done to not be in the position that I was in, but yet still complaining about when it inevitably would go wrong. So that's been the biggest thing, is that whole introspection and self-reflection and looking out.
Yeah, it's very difficult to do. And like I'm saying, sometimes it feels like the worst thing that you have to do, but sometimes you just have to do it. And that's where you build the resistance, you build the skill, and you build the talent. Looking here, again, the Ferrari and the Porsche are still neck and neck, and they're still trying to jostle for position. So far, the RPM Racing Blue Porsche has looked to have it, say, on lock, but they've looked comfortable in how they've defended around this time. I think a bit of the pressure's been alleviated by the Brabham Mercedes making a mistake and falling off the battle. So you just need to defend one car instead of two. But so far, it's looking good for the RPM Racing Porsche. But the FTR Ferrari hasn't looked a stretch away. They've been close, they've been there and thereabout, and as we see, the Mercedes isn't too far off. And with this kind of gap, you have to say that yes, the Brabham Mercedes made a mistake, but they're not out of it. They're still in full contention for the battle and the position, and they remain a threat throughout.
Yeah, it's a fantastic thing to watch unfold. It's one of the things that, unfortunately, obviously, I've missed a couple of rounds of this championship here, but it's one of the other things that I really like about this championship is that because you've got the same teams, because you've got the same drivers month by month, you kind of get to know them. You kind of get to know what their capabilities are or what their performance is like over the course of the race, and therefore when they have a good race or they have a really good race and you're like, oh yeah, that's brilliant, and you feel a little bit of empathy or a little bit of understanding with them. That's what I like when you're able to kind of watch and follow that progress over the course of the season, which is what we've been able to do here over the past couple of years for FTR events and for especially the Sim 3D Sports Car Series. TrixX Gaming saying go back to GTE and you have cars that are faster than GT3s without the hand holding. I am not going to argue with you on that one, Trix. I think you're absolutely spot on. GTE was some of the wildest GT racing I think that you would have. The GT3s, you've got to remember though, are a very specific breed. It tends to be for customer racing, a lot of satellite teams, and it's a very different kettle of fish. That argument that you've got there, that's exactly the reason that I like GT4 so much, is the fact that it just feels like, okay, yes, it's definitely not faster, but it feels like you don't have the same hand-holding and, the same sort of assists that you have in the GT3s. Either way, it still takes a hell of a driver to be able to get the absolute most out of these cars and out of the championships as well, as we're still seeing Huge Ass Black here onto the back of Rosado Motorsport Apex, as this is the fight for 4th position. And again, we're now just a couple of seconds or a couple of minutes away, I think, here from our potential second pit stops here for the LMPs.
Yeah, look, I always thought that the GTE class was superb. It gave us some of the best GT racing, and yeah, it's sad to see them go, but I can understand some of the reasons, making GT3 more widespread, the cost constraints and such, and obviously that's going to trickle down in racing. But I think the sign of great racing is that the good guys will be good in whatever they're in, whether that's GT3, GT4, LMP3. They'll be good and they'll kind of pull the greatness out of each other. The competition only makes them better. So I'll watch whatever's on. I'll follow whatever series there is, because I'm a racing fan through and through, and that's why I do this. So I'm enjoying this. This is actually quite cool. This is the first multi-class race that I've commentated on, and it's been interesting to so far. Yes, we've kind of seen the LMP3 cars. They've kind of pulled away and they're doing their own thing now. But as the pits are coming in, we're going to see them trying and cut through the field again. And that just means we're going to have more comedy, we're going to have more carnage, and we're definitely going to have a few cars struggling to give them space.
Yeah, it absolutely is, and I think we're going to see more and more of that over the next couple of hours as well. I mean, this is exactly the point I was making here. You look at the gaps now between some of the cars, and it's just absurd. 25 seconds between Sim Racing Dread Phoenix and Gorio Autosport, where we're seeing for the majority of the first hour, Sim Racing Dread Phoenix couldn't get past Gorio Autosport. So again, yes, there's very likely to be different strategies at play here, maybe even different engine maps and things like that, but yeah, either way, it's well, at least it gives us plenty of chance to chat away to Pello. That's what I'd say on that. Now, on that note, actually, we were talking about the classes that we'd like to drive. It'd be interesting, chat, if you've got anything out there that you'd like to add on that. What class would you like to be involved in with this championship? And also, actually, Taps, while we're talking about that, the new championship that they've just announced as well. Let's see that one again, because that is now 6 classes over 4 rounds. It's 100-minute races. They've got the FR 500s. They've got the Clio, the GR86, the MX5, the Jetta, and the Pontiac Solstice. Now, out of those cars, what one would you want to take, as we see Angelo Luers just sneakily trying to get out of the gravel before, like, we didn't even see him? So yeah, sorry, Taps, what car would you like to have?
Well, look, in this race, I agree with you. I think the GT4 looks interesting, but I have an unpopular opinion. I never thought LMP cars looked great. I thought they always looked weird for some reason, but I understood what they were, and I appreciated them for the racing they did. And I've had a few goes in them, and they're very interesting cars to drive. Now with this new championship, I would love to be in the GR86s, and the reason I say that is there was local racing last year with the new GR86s. There's the GR Cup. It was kind of racing between the media houses, sponsored by Toyota, and I got to see the new GR86s out on track, and they were so good. My friend was racing in them, and I was like, if ever given the chance, that's the car I'd love to drive, whether that's virtual, whether that's in reality. I have kind of a liking to the new GR86, and any opportunity where I can drive that car, I'm definitely signing up.
Now, I remember, again, I'm very rarely on Twitter. Wasn't that Shaba that was behind the wheel of the GR86 and the...
Yes.
Yeah, I thought that. I thought it was when you mentioned your friend there, I'm like, I think I know who he's talking about. I'm just, I have a clever, what can I say, it happens so very rarely to Pello that I'm asking. Yeah, exactly. But you are noticed, I pay attention to what you have to say, my friend. That's what it is.
No, it was, and he had a really, really successful season. He actually won the championship, by the way. But yeah, that was the real experience of seeing what capabilities and, dare I say, what the platform of the GR86s is capable of, and just how far you can try and push it in a racing sense. So that's really cool. And look, from dare I say, an engineering and passion perspective, we need to appreciate the companies that still make these kind of driver-focused, sports cars, because the world is changing really, really quickly, and we're seeing a lot of racing series might be following suit, the Formula E's and all that type of stuff. So as simple as we can keep the racing sometimes, we definitely need to do and appreciate that further.
Yeah, 100%. And as for me, I would take the MX-5. Purely because MX-5 is the greatest racing championship in the whole wide world. There is no ifs, no buts about it. It just is amazing, absolutely amazing. If you look on any previous race, I mean, I think we've got another race coming up next week, or is it this week? Or yeah, either way, it's going to be absolutely fantastic. They're just brilliant cars. If I didn't get the MX-5, I would take the Pontiac Solstice, because it's a hunk of junk. It is a crap car, and it's gloriously crap. It knows it's a terrible car, and there is an ironic joy to be had driving that thing, just absolutely battering that thing around. That's yeah. I think what we need to do, right, is we need to get a racing championship done where we get all the fastest drivers in the slowest cars. So we do like I can't be bothered with GT3s, but we'll get like we'll do it all in single seaters. So you've got the slowest drivers in the Formula 3 cars, because the Formula 1s are probably a little bit too much. Fastest drivers in the Formula 3s, and then all the way down to slowest drivers in the little skip barbers, in the little trainer series and that, and set them off in a really small circuit like Brands Hatch Indy or something like that. I think that would be absolutely incredible fun, and a lot of death and chaos, and I think nobody would actually come back. And no incident limit, no penalties, and unlimited fast repairs.
Okay, so should I be taking notes because we're going to pitch this to someone, or should I just laugh along? Because this sounds like the start of a very, very interesting racing series.
I now that you've said that, yeah, actually, maybe I should have said that right. Just ignore what you've heard, ladies and gentlemen. It's absolutely fine. There will be a new championship coming towards you, but we'll announce more about that in due course. Yeah, that would be awesome. I also, I mean, obviously, not everybody drinks, right? So I say this completely in jest, but what I want to do is, right, instead of doing like drive-through penalties, the only penalty that you can get is you have to go into the pits and you have to take a shot of alcohol, and then you have to go back out. And people can donate to give penalties for the drivers, like spectators and stuff like that. I think because now we're crossing over into what is like the one that Jimmy Broadbent does, the 23 hours of race and mental health, where he can donate to do the penalties. But yeah, I like that. And the only penalty you can do is you doing shots, or you have to do like some really, really nasty food or something like that.
Well, this email list is getting longer because
Poor Tapello, ladies and gentlemen, has just had a little glimpse into my warped mind for the first time. We've worked together over quite a few months here, and unfortunately he's seen a very different side to me here, which only the FTR Sim 3D events kind of bring out.
Well, and I guess I'll if ever I do return, then it'll be my job to come up with the wacky ideas and to come up with a new series that's so off kilter that anyone who hears it will think I need serious help. But I'm telling you now, what an event that would be!
Wait, what are you trying to say, Tapello? What are you trying to say here? What's going on here?
Listen, all I'm gonna say is I think the David Christie I meet during the week is very different from the David Christie I'm meeting over the weekend. That's all I'm gonna say.
Well, I'm not gonna deny. Okay, what can I say? I'll let my hair down at the weekend. It's very different after you've been on the mic for 5.5 hours. It does tend to all just roll out. But either way, no, I think that we've got so many of these sweaty, serious pro sim racing events that are all about, it's all about the extra 110s and stuff like that, and I'm just like, no, it's not. It's literally about finding whatever exploit you can find that week to get around. Yeah, we need more fun. We need more fun races in sim racing, more fun championships. I think that sounded like a party political broadcast there, so I'm going to end that one right there and get back to the racing here. But we're an hour and 25 minutes into this final race of the season, and what I like, I think it's good to keep the moods jovial tonight, because it's a celebration tonight with a lot of the championships on the verge of being secured now with the way that things are. There's very little that's kind of up for grabs at the moment, but with the way things are, this is a last huzzah for the Sim 3D Sportscar Series Season 5 drivers. It's their last chance to have a couple of blasts around the circuit, and it'll probably be a couple of months before they announce Season 6.
And look, it's one of those, right? You have to, I don't want to say live in the moment, but you need to enjoy it while you're there. And like you're saying, they might go a few months without racing again, so they need to put in the hours. And look, they've got 50 laps on the board already, and they're still going strong. So yeah, why not? Keep going for it, make the best of the situation, and just enjoy the racing.
you were saying there about living in the moment. That's one sort of wall picture away from Live, Laugh, Love that we have over here in the UK. That's a bit of a meme. Every house that you go into has to, by law, have a little frame inside it that says Live, Laugh, Love. It's it's one of the new sort of modern day buzzwords and phrases that has to be used. You can tell I'm getting myself distracted, can you? Goodness me. Right, FTR Esports Black is on to the back of RPM Racing Blue. This is the fight for second position in the GT3 Pros. The Porsche just in front, trying to cling on to that second position again. Still championship points to be decided, not just for the lead of the championship, but also throughout the course of second, third and fourth position, and that Porsche goes a little bit wide there. And again, going to the standings for the GT3 Pros then, RPM Racing Blue are actually way down in 8th position, so they're having a fantastic turn of events this season. As we go side by side, Richard Cawthorne fancies taking it, but has to let out a little bit of fuel saving, a little bit of self-preservation there, going for the FTR Esports Black car. And I'll tell you what, some big points to be made there, but unfortunately that ship has sailed in terms of the championship, because that is RPM Racing are secured in second place, but it's Brabham Esports that are secured the championship win with that. As again, with all of the gaps here now, it's now for a lot of these drivers here, it's literally just putting the laps in, and essentially what this feels like is this is a 3.5 hour hot lapping session here.
Well, I can tell you what, I just saw it come up on the timing screen. The Sim Racing Grid Phoenix car in LMP3 is definitely doing hot laps, because they just set the fastest lap of the race at 1:41. And if you look at their gap now, they're 32 or 33 basically seconds ahead of Goryeo Autosport. So yes, it is about hot laps now, and it seems like the drivers have just found their rhythm, and now they're just putting in pace. You know, sometimes you need to do it. You need to get a feel for the track, get a feel for the conditions, get a feel for the car, and then you start pushing. And yeah, it seems like a lot of cars have gotten into that phase of the race. This battle is still going on, and I don't want to jinx it again, because commentators tend to jinx things, but it seems like we're going to be here for a long time in this race, because the Porsche looks solid from RPM Racing, the Ferrari looks solid, and interestingly, the Brabham Esports Mercedes, because it's catching up, you comfortably say it is the quick of the three cars in this phase of the race. So those three cars are serving us a meal and a half of action, and long may it continue in this race.
Certainly is. Here we go then into pit lane. Sim Racing Grid Phoenix then for the second round of pit stops for the LMP3 class. Goryeo Autosport trying to stay out. Now, what we saw is that overcut worked not so well. It's the undercut that really did get the pace moving, but that is going to be a driver change behind the wheel of the Sim Racing Grid Phoenix car, and maybe that accounts for some of the different pit stops. Excuse me, if I can even speak, pit stop time for the challengers in that class. That one might come back a little bit later on, but we'll certainly have to see how that all unfolds. But we're nearly an hour and a half into this race here then, as if that is the LMP3s, then we are about, what, 15 minutes away from the GT3s jumping into the pit lane as well, and then the GT4s will be in at the end of the hour as well. So again, it's going to be an interesting one to watch here, as we're still watching Colin Hopkins, who gets behind the wheel of Sim Racing Grid Phoenix's car. As you said though, Tapello, the lap times that were being put in by this car were absolutely sensational. Purple after purple after purple, and that was a 30-second gap. Now, I know that obviously pace is pace, but for me, surely that has to be the case of Goryeo Autosport on a different strategy and deciding to try and do it a couple of laps later, so that they can possibly pit for less.
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree just because of how it's panned out. Like you're saying, yes, it is possible to kind of get a gap in a race, and 30 seconds is possible, but more often than not, that size of a gap has more to it than just outright pace. And maybe you're right, maybe Mugello Autosport is kind of playing the long game, be more conservative in the start, and then kind of shorten your stints towards the end where you're now pushing harder and pushing more in terms of performance and trying to capitalize. So I'm inclined to agree. I think we are seeing a bit of strategy at play and who's looking to capitalize on which phase of the race. Ultimately, for us, the commentary team, and for the ladies and gentlemen watching from home, that can only mean one thing, is that later in the race you're getting that fantastic point where strategies converge, where the guys who've played the long game come to the guys who are playing with pace, and then it's an all-out shootout for which strategy works the best and who's going to get the win at the end.
Yeah, and that's what we have to hope, because at the moment, being quite honest, it is quite spread out, so we don't really have a lot of action to discuss as on Subkit at the moment. But as we said, you know, things can happen here, and it gives us a chance to talk about, and to be honest, I'll be honest, Tapello, it just makes me happy because it gives me an opportunity to hang out with yourself for a couple of hours, and we get to watch some racing here as well. Of course, it's been a fantastic day of racing across both sim racing and real life. We had the snooze fest that was the F1 on earlier. We'll not spoil it for anyone that hasn't watched it, but you're definitely not missing much. And then we've got NASCAR on tonight. We've got the Xfinity series in real life kicking off literally as this broadcast finished. So that's awesome. Guess what I'm going to be doing tonight? But yeah, I mean, it's strange how after the off season, both the sim racing calendar and the real life racing calendar tends to pick up. You obviously have your winter series from a lot of championships and a lot of communities and things like that. Then they go into the spring and the summer series as well, and it feels like there's more energy around about this time. It feels like, you know, everybody's starting to get into it a little bit more and start to take things seriously as well.
Yeah, it just feels like that serendipitous occurrence of timing, right? Like you're saying, they pick up around the same time. You know, the sim races get all their series in check, people sign up for different racing leagues, and there you go. And the real life stuff picks up around the same time as well, because I think, isn't World Endurance Championship starting this weekend as well? I think there's currently a race in
just finished,
Qatar.
I think.
So exactly, so you tend to see it, and it is the best and worst situation for someone who loves racing, because you become really antisocial and you spend a lot of your time watching cars go around in circles, making noises, and it's either going to make you the happiest person or it's going to stress you out and you're going to hate everyone for the following week. So it's great, but it's also bad, but we love it, and that's why we're here. You know, it's that love of motorsport in whatever form you can get it, and trust me, when it's great, it's really great.
Yeah, it really, really is. And there's plenty out there on offer for everybody to get themselves involved with. Certainly, I know I'm getting myself involved in quite a lot. It's gone to Autosport, I've gone into pit lane. It'll be interesting to see how this all pans out. I'll be honest, I think this is going to extend the lead for Sim Racing Red Phoenix quite handsomely. In fact, there we go, coming out of the final corner. And Sim Racing Red Phoenix are going to be ahead by probably about 10-15 seconds, I think, here, because they've only just got into pit lane. That is a fast pit stop for them. And well, I'll tell you what, this championship is done and dusted, because Mugello Autosport needed to get that position, needed to get that win, and it's not happened. So as it stands, Sim Racing Red Phoenix looking very, very comfortable in top of this championship. In fact, there's going to be even more. I think it's going to be about, what, 25-30 seconds back to maybe what it was after that. Yeah, there we go, 30 seconds, and they'll be even slower coming out. So the gap is kind of what it was when they went into pit lane, but losing a couple more seconds here. And while the car's making their way through the lap traffic, the other thing they don't have to worry about too much here now, Tapello, is with the LMP3s, they are trying to get past that lap traffic, but it's not as bunched up together as it was. So therefore, I don't think it's as much of an issue.
Yeah. You're right. The fact that it's opened up really counts in the favor of the LMP3s, who now have to get through traffic again. It's not bunched. It's easier as we see a car go wide. I think that was the Ferrari. Yes, it was the Ferrari that it was. So that means the Brabham Esports Mercedes is now ahead of FTR Esports Ferrari, as we have RPM Racing Black in the pits. So turn of events, and I did speak about the pace that was being shown by the Brabham Mercedes. Slowly but surely they were eating away at the gap to the Ferrari that was in front at the time, and we saw the gap steadily come down from about 5 seconds to 4 to 3 to 2 and a bit. And the gap was so small that you just see that if the Ferrari made a mistake by going wide, the Mercedes got through, and Brabham Esports is now ahead in GT3 Pro.
Yep, and that is a huge turn of events. I've got no doubt that FTR Esports Black will try and chase that back down, but I mean, goddamn, that's a big turn up of events there. So you've got a GT4 car trying to get involved in this, and this is all getting a bit scrappy as a Brabham Esports car takes a very strange line through that corner there, and FTR Esports just literally tried to fly right the outside, but they weren't having any of it as they come up to the final corner here at Mugello, and right into Buchin. Again, down that start-finish straight here. So we've already done an hour and a half of this race. We've got 2.5 hours, 2 hours 20 minutes left to go in this race. We've got side-by-side almost coming out of pit lane. That was a bit sketchy. That's your GT3 AM leader on 11 tenths racing, Johnny Elia, coming back out of pit lane. And, well, there might be some questions to ask after that, because that is going to be one of the GT3 Pro cars up his inside. But yeah, that's not something that we're used to seeing, especially when that's very, very likely that that car wasn't actually fighting for, we're hearing that was for position on that one. So I just, again, I'm not used to seeing that level of fighting coming out pit lane there.
Yeah, but isn't that what we said at the beginning of the broadcast, that each race takes its own persona, it has its own kind of vibe and feeling, and there it is. The desperation to try and get position will force people to fight at any point in the race, whether pit lane or not. And again, that just adds to kind of how the pits can change a race, right? That you can try and get the position just by getting a pit, playing for an overcut, an undercut, or just trying to fight someone and outmuscle them as you exit the pit. So a lot of strategies at play, but one thing I can tell you is that whatever's happening, it always makes the race more interesting.
Certainly does. As we're watching Alex Marsh King, this is the fight for 7th and 8th position. He is just 8 tenths of a second, 6 tenths of a second now behind the excuse me, I was completely misreading that there. He's 7 seconds behind Art Sim Racing, but he's having to fight off RPM Racing just behind him. And that is going to be, of course, the 9th place car, Charlie Lund Nilsson, who tries to send up the inside into turn 1. No such luck on that time by. The LMP3 battle, I think, is safe to say that is done. Brabham Esports go into the pits. That hands the provisional lead over to FTR Esports Black, as we have a replay, presumably, of what happened to that Ferrari then. No, it's not actually. It's the Lamborghini of Eagle Speed Academy Esports. And, well, that's just a small incident, unless it keeps going, it keeps going, it keeps going. No, we're fine. He would have got away with it if we hadn't caught him there. That's
definitely one way to put it. Yeah, look, it's dare I say, we're seeing those signs of a bit of fatigue. You know, when you've been in the car for a long time, you start to make those mistakes. You lose the rear around the corner, you lose the rear under braking. That happens, but that's just racing, and it's always a test to see how cars bounce back after such an incident, as you aptly put it. For example, we've seen in the GT3 Pro how well the Brabham Mercedes kind of came back from their incident where they spun, and as much as, yes, they didn't lose position, but they kept coming back and they got the overtakes that they needed, and they were just consistent. But there we go again with the Lamborghini doing its best impression of a ballet dancer by going around in circles. So yeah, it's not the best kind of lap or 2-lap exchange for the Lamborghini driver, but they survived it and the race continues.
Yep, keeps going on, and nonetheless, no harm, no foul. As into the pit lane comes Nick Rosenbrook for FTR Esports White, FTR Esports Black in the pit lane as well. So are they going to retain that race lead, given that Backmarker Racing Razzle Dazzle then come into the lead of the race, and we'll need to get that sorted, because that's obviously the car that's just, or the driver that's just jumped into the car there. Chris Sofer is actually a driver for FTR Esports Black, so obviously they're in the pro class. So we'll get that sorted as soon as we can. Unfortunately, these drivers do hop about from different teams, and the different teams can be on different classes, and they can actually race in multiple classes in the same race, which is very confusing, and also an absolute nightmare for our broadcast team behind the scenes to manually try and fix when they have to do. So either way, Backmarker Racing Razzle Dazzle in there just now. And you know, on this note then, we're nearly at the halfway point of this race here for multi-class racing. What do you think of your first experience for multi-class racing here with FTR events?
Well, I can tell you this, it's been immensely enjoyable, and I'll tell you why, right? In that you're seeing a lot of variation on track, not just amongst the drivers in the same class, but you're seeing the strengths of each class as it happens on circuits. Like we spoke about, the repeated occurrence of something like an LMP3 car having to cut its way past a slower GT4, a slower GT3. That just adds to the intrigue, the strategy, the on-track action of a race, and just how much these drivers have to consider. So I'm enjoying that aspect of there's always something to look forward to. And even if you're doing really well in your class, you could be the GT3 leader, there's always a car that's going to be next to you, that's going to be front of you, that's going to be behind you, because they're slower or faster, and it just adds a different dynamic to the race. So I have enjoyed this, and I do occasionally watch, you know, the World Endurance Championship and endurance racing like that. So I am kind of familiar with it, but it's commentating that becomes a new thing, because even for me as a watcher, I need to think about this. I kind of need to predict what's going to happen sometimes, and kind of talk you through the action as I see it, when I think it's going to happen, and just be involved in that aspect. So I've enjoyed it. I think it's great, and I think this bodes well for the future of multi-class racing if we have more events that are multi-class and we can enjoy them like this.
Yeah, and that's the one thing that I really enjoyed about the multi-class racing when I first got into it, is obviously at the start of the season we had a significant larger number of LMP3s into this, so it made it much more chaotic than the 5 that we've got just now. But it's just the absolute constant nature of this, and it's maybe not the best race to kind of showcase that. As we're watching RPM racing straight onto the back here of FTR Esports Gold, you know, it's maybe not the best race to go and talk about, you know, how it's constant mayhem, it's just this constant fighting that's going on. That is very, very clever from the Ferrari there. I thought he was going to try and box him in behind that GT3 car that was coming out. It almost gets away with it, a little bit of contact there. But I think the RPM Racing the RPM Racing car I thought was going to get away with it there. Oh, this is wild racing with the three of them just now, but it's still going to be Charlie Nilsson around the outside. He then gets the inside, a little bit of contact again. The car shown onto the gravel there. More contact here between the Ferrari and the Mercedes on lap number 61 here. And the Ferrari goes in front. It's a little bit of contact there from behind, and the Merc not happy with that. RPM Racing has to sit back down there. Charlie Nilsson, he wanted that position. That's not going to be, but oh my goodness me, that was some proper aggression between these two, and you get the feeling again that this is going to end up with one of these two cars into the gravel or into the barrier.
Yeah, and look, as much as we don't love to see that, we know it's the consequence of two drivers on the same part of the circuit being aggressive and wanting the position. Yes, it is very difficult. And look, I think that's the funny thing with the racing sometimes. You know, drivers can go wheel to wheel and it can be very precise, very clean, very, dare I say, tactical and how they go about it. But sometimes it can be just as raw. Put your elbows out there and try and fight for position. As we see, this battle is not ending and it's continued now as they head down the main straight. All about top speed here and power. It will be interesting to see how they go into the braking zone, because I don't think the Mercedes head that far. The Ferrari tries to brake, but the Mercedes cuts them off, putting their car on that racing line and trying to assert their dominance there. So good driving from the Mercedes. Oh, and then we have contact. We have contact. I think
that might have been the car behind there, Tapello. I think that might have been, but oh, you hate to see it.
It's just so unfortunate, and I think it was the car that came out of the pits that kind of gave them an extra dimension to worry about there. And again, a huge grid, multiple cars on track, it just means there's more opportunity for mistakes.
Yeah, it absolutely does. It absolutely does, as you've got an LMP3 just making their way around as well. But yeah, Alex Marsh King there, we'll obviously get a replay of that as soon as we can, but ooh, you hate to see it. You absolutely hate to see it. Meanwhile, back to all of the action and unfolding. Backmarker Racing, Razzle Dazzle still in front. So let's have a look here. I get the feeling that the Porsche was involved in this. We'll wait and see. So we go through the right-hander, then into the left. Oh no, it was contact. It was just contact. The car tried to go up the inside. Well, for me, case cause judge, you tried to go for a gap that was never there. You took yourself out, and well, you've only got yourself to blame, really.
I think this is where we do. This is where we do the motorsport fan thing, and we try and find the Ayrton Senna interview. If you no longer go for a gap, then are you still a racing driver? I think that's the attempt that was made. Unfortunately, the gap closed quicker than the car was able to take it, and that's the consequence.
Yeah, and well, what can I say? Goodness me, that could have ended up so much worse. But thankfully, it didn't. Right, let's keep an eye on what is going on here in the GT4 class, because at the moment this is the GTX Droid Sim Racing car by Letroom, and that is Albert Perich behind the wheel of that, out in third position. We've got two cars into pit lane, but again, the huge gaps that are opening up here, and they can almost be, you know, quite distracting here, because the one thing that you never want to have is complacency when you're behind the wheel here. And I think that, you know, if you've got 40 seconds to the car behind you, then you run the risk of maybe going into autopilot and just thinking, I can just let the foot off, I can let the gas off here, and I can just you know, just ease it around here. But you know, when you do that, you tend to that tends to be you're dead immediately. And well, yeah, it's just it's a difficult one to watch, because when you see a car, right, and you see them making a mistake completely by themselves, you kind of know that either they've switched off, the brain switched off, or they've just been the opposite end. They're pushing too hard. So for drivers like this, at that 2 hour point and say you're 40 seconds ahead, how do you think the drivers kind of keep their mind active at this point?
Yeah, look, it's very tricky because, again, as with everything, there was a car on track, I think, on the side there, just caught it in the corner of my eye. But there's never a perfect kind of way to keep yourself focused and, you know, how to go about it. I used to do this weird thing where if I was racing and I was in a race and it kind of lulled down, now that I think about it, considering where I am today, I'd kind of commentate the race for myself. So that kind of kept me focused because I kind of had to then be aware of what I was doing, you know, my time. The normal commentating thing you do, last lap, you were 210 slower. I do that for myself. And that kind of helped me focus. I know a lot of other drivers, you know, they have the skill that I struggle with where they're like, okay, it's fine. I'm kind of running alone. That's okay. But they can switch off all the stimulation that they get and they can just get this focus thing on. I know what it takes to push my car to the limit, and that's how I'm going to push for this phase of the race. But other people as well, and we see this especially with the guys that will be on stream and they're kind of interacting with people as the race goes on. They kind of use the interactions within the stream as references, right? So when people tell them, you know, oh, you're doing well this lap, or your stint is so great, they kind of use that as a benchmark and as a guide of how to go about the race. So there's a lot of different ways that drivers keep themselves focused. Some sing, which is one of the greatest ones, by the way, but there's a lot of different ways, and unfortunately you kind of need to cultivate it and find a way that works for you as a driver, and hopefully that's the one that sticks. Sometimes you need to go through a few of them, but yeah, there's a lot of different ways. But the really good drivers have found their way that works, and they can keep to it and make sure that it works, and that's how they get through these long races, whether they're in a lull or whether they're competitive. They just keep the mental part of that race strong.
Yeah, so like my experience of that is like when I'm doing the Daytona 24, for instance, the iRacing special event this year, and you know, it gets to 6 hours in and you've got a car that's maybe 46 seconds ahead up the road and you're not catching them, or your other car behind you is a lap behind you and things like that. It's so easy just to slip into that mood where you kind of go on autopilot. You start thinking about other things. You start thinking about, you know, oh, what am I going to have for supper, or what is quite fancy a cup of coffee or something like that. Your mind wanders, and then suddenly you're in the back of another car here. Talking of another car here, RPM Racing Blue, Brad Crouch is right onto the back here of that FTR Esports black car. It's going to be a move into turn one. It is. And I get the feeling that Ferrari has learned its lesson by being a little bit overly aggressive. The Porsche goes straight up through on the inside. I've got to say, Tapil, that is a lovely livery on that car. One of the things we haven't quite touched on yet is the custom paintworks and custom liveries on these cars here. And it's almost, being Scottish, it almost reminds me of like a tartan livery on that car.
Yeah. I was actually surprised. So it's taken you 1 hour 54 minutes to bring up one of your favorite chats, which is car liveries. We know you're a fan and you always bring it up week in, week out. Yeah, I think that Porsche livery is great. I actually found myself liking the Brabham livery as well on the Mercedes. You know, the kind of traditional dark green with gold accents livery for the Brabham guys. So yeah, there's quite some variation in this grid as well, and I honestly love that, the creativity that some of these guys will show, you know, in the liveries they have, the color schemes, the designs. It's one of the best parts of racing. And look, even if you look in real life, there's a lot of variation in liveries, and I think this is where, you know, the kind of sports car racing takes the win. You know, if you look at the F1 community, there's been an uproar in the lack of color, the lack of paint in the current liveries because of weight restrictions. You know, the cars are just naked carbon majority, you know, yeah, a bit of color here and there, but they're just black. And then you go to the sports car guys. You know, if you look at real life, you have the Iron Dames with their pink liveries, and you've got Porsche black, white. It's all great, and I love the liveries for that.
Certainly do love them as well, and a lot of controversy, as you were saying, around those carbon fibre liveries. Let's check out Ricardo Rosado doing a little bit of Tokyo Drift and holds on to it. Richard does a good job, and maybe not so much holding on to it. It's around and around and around the corner for Richard. That was like the longest. Oh no! Oh, my heart sunk. I saw out the cockpit one of the huge ass cars, and I was like, no, not like this. But that was no word of a lie. That was one of the longest spins I think I've ever seen. That car just sort of really trying. I mean, it does get points for trying to hold on to it, but unfortunately those GT4 cars are very, very difficult to hold on to. So we're coming up to the tail end of our second hour here, about to start our third hour of the final round, so the FTR Sim 3D Sports Car Championship Season 5. And again, it's all looking pretty much prim and proper. It's all looking nailed as far as the championship goes. LMP3 is still Sim Racing Grid Phoenix in the lead of the race and in the lead of the championship. Therefore, as it stands now, they are going to be champions. For GT3 Pro, Brabham Esports second place. That's more than enough for what they need to do. They're going to be champions. GT3 AM at the moment, 11 tenths racing, they're in the lead of their class. That's enough for them to win their championship. And then we look to the GT4s, and this is where it gets slightly complicated, because at the moment that 384 car is still circulating. So that is Eagle Speed. I was just wanting to check on that. But the 337 car of Sven Demi, that's the huge ass gold car. They are 30 points ahead of their next championship rival, and to be honest, all they need to do is finish the race. It doesn't matter what position they finish it in, they just need to finish the race and they will win their championship. So again, with that being taken and with that being removed from the option for a lot of these drivers, it's now fighting for second, third and fourth position. A warning to the 225 car, backmarker Racing Orange FTR, for an aggressive move into turn 1. Okay, that's essentially getting your wrist slapped from race control there, saying you've been a very, very naughty race car, please don't do that again.
Yeah, basically the steward said chill. Alright, just chill, you know, nothing major, just chill. Don't see that often, but there we go. But yeah, you're right. Look, 2 hours into this race, halfway there, and it's very interesting. The gaps have opened up, right, between a few cars and all the different classes, but there's this feeling that there's a lot still to go. And yes, of course, there's a lot of time, there's still a lot of pit stops to go, but I don't know about you, David, but it's coming across like there's still something simmering. There's still a major event in this race. There's still a massive change that's still coming in this race. And maybe that's the allure of you know, long form endurance racing, in that there's always that edge of your seat feeling that something is going to happen, there's going to be a change, and there's going to be something that grabs your attention as the race gets deep into its runtime.
I couldn't agree more with you on that one. I've just noticed that this is a return to the battle that we had earlier on, RPM Racing Black and FTR Esports Black. The 112 against the 121. So this is a little bit awkward to see these two sharing a little bit of track together. But either way, Yashal Yunus is ahead of that car and it's looking quite happy. I wonder if that FTR Esports Black car has got some damage on it, because it seems to be losing a hell of a lot of time consistently lap over lap across the rest of the field. But we've hit the 2 hour mark, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the halfway point in the race. As always, you can get involved in Twitch. I was going to say on Twitch chat, but we're on YouTube, so that's really not going to work very well, is it? Good evening to Ryan Walker. Thank you very much, buddy. Good fellow commentator from Scotland join us. We've got a replay. Let's go and have a look at what happened just a few moments ago. Alex Marsh King in that FTR Esports black car. Yeah, he's definitely on disaster recovery. Tries to keep it going, slides the car, puts it into the gravel there, and yeah, it's safe to say that FTR Esports black car is not having the best of afternoons, but that is why they are now just behind the RPM Racing black car, and that is why they're losing a lot of time. I can imagine the tyres are absolutely gone on that car, Tapello.
Yeah, definitely the tyres are gone, and it's just whenever something like that happens, right? In a race where you're racing other people, you're trying to keep it's the worst thing that could happen because it just puts you out of sync. And to explain that, ladies and gentlemen, usually the best strategy that a lot of guys will employ in racing is try and be as close as possible, not just in terms of being on track, but in terms of strategy with their competition. So if they pit, I'm pitting within a lap or two. Let's just look at the replay that's coming up. Let's see what we have here. Is Alex Kofod in the diabetics again? Love these names. Love these names. Yeah,
absolutely
that's
murdered.
The newer BMW not respecting its elder. There is what we're seeing. You know, I was just talking about, you know, the whole thing of being in sync. You know, if my competition pits within a lap or two, I pit as well, and that kind of thing, you know, a mistake, an incident, it just kills you and it takes you out of sync. And sometimes the worst thing about that is once you're out of sync, you struggle to get back, and that's how you lose a race.
Yeah, it really is. And once you go down so quickly, like at this point in time for 2 hours, if you go, you know, 4 or 5 positions down, it makes it very difficult to bring that back up, because you've got to push so hard, and we're seeing that's what's happening with the FTR Esports black car. You're just pushing way too hard, and yeah, it makes it very difficult to undo all of that. Meanwhile, Rosado Motorsports coming under huge pressure from RPM Racing in the 110 this time. That is Charlie Lund Nilsson. So it was actually the 110, excuse me, that was fighting with the FTR Esports black car. I got that the wrong way around there, but I'm also noticing that we are likely going to be having our next pit stops for the LMP3s in about the next 5-10 minutes as well. So here comes Charlie Lund Nilsson along the side of the Rosado Motorsports car. The Rosado Motorsports car brakes a little bit earlier and essentially just hands that position to RPM Racing. And, you know, Tapello, that's half the battle, isn't it? You know, being able to recognise when a car is significantly faster than you, but not just that, but, you know, maybe sometimes it's a case of just let them go and you'll be able to get them somewhere else later on down the line. But it's about having that awareness and having that ability to just maybe dial it back a little bit.
Yeah, look, that's the thing with endurance racing, and particularly if you want to juxtapose it against sprint racing, is that you have to be very aware of where you can lose time and where you can gain it back. So you will often see drivers just let cars drive past them and not try and fight the overtake. But you're right. It's the understanding that I could get an overtake later down the line. I could get an overtake in 3 laps time, or I could just get the overtake 30 minutes from now. You know, that's the beauty of understanding that it is a long race and the race will develop in one or other way, and you just need to keep alive. Because look, endurance racing is a war of attrition, and sometimes the best way is just to stay out of trouble, keep going, and then let the race come to you.
Yeah. For sure. Patience wasn't ever my forte, though. I'll be honest with you. It's something that has come to. I'm being told by broadcast direction that it still isn't. That's well, it's not very nice. What can I say? Anyway, yeah, it's what you were saying. You know, you just have to sort of we've got a saying here in Scotland, we say bide your time, you've got to kind of wait your time. And that's exactly what has to be the case. And, you know, one of the biggest, hardest pills for me to swallow here, Tapello, was that I am not the quickest car out there on track. And that some drivers out there genuinely struggle to accept that hard bit of truth. Some drivers are better than you. Some drivers are faster than you. And with those drivers, if they're like a second, or say if it's half a second to a second faster a lap, I'm letting them by. There's no point in me, unless it's like, say, the final 20 minutes of a race, then absolutely I'm becoming a brick wall. But if it's during the race, you know, and they're half a second to a second faster, there's absolutely no point in blocking them whatsoever, because, you know, they're going to get past it. You're likely going to get into an accident by doing that. And, you know, on the plus side, you can possibly get some tow off of that car that you let past, and maybe try and help you out and get a little bit further down the road here. As we're watching GT4s going on here, this is Huge Ass Blue fighting DX Droid Sim Racing by Letroom. This is Albert Parich that is on the go here right now, chasing down Brooks Clayton, and this is a proper little scrap here. So this has come out of absolutely nowhere for the fight for second position. Now, I think that DX Droid's car has pulled out a little bit too early here. He could have got a little bit more of a draft, but they're still going to go side by side down the start-finish straight here. So, yeah, that's put egg on my face talking about the whole thing of, well, it's, you know, it's a little bit quiet now that we're 2 hours in. Because here we go, a fight for second place, and he's going to try and hold it in on the inside, but nah, those Mercs just too evenly matched for each other. The other thing that I noticed is Backmarker Racing Razzle Dazzle are being caught up by Brabham Esports.
Yeah, and again, we spoke about this, the different evolutions, right? The different peaks and troughs in a race, and that just gets further highlighted in a long race like this, where different cars will be fast at different phases of the race and other cars will be slow at the different phase. And it's all about maximizing when your turn comes to be the faster car. Like you're saying, the Brabham Mercedes is now catching up to Backmarker Racing. That's their peak. That's when they need to capitalize. That's when they need to hold off. Same as what we're seeing happening in GT4 between Huge Ass Blue and DX Droid Sim Racing. We've kind of seen the trough, and now all of a sudden they're two cars fighting for the same position on track. So it is very, very important to be aware, have that race IQ to kind of maximize and hold off when that happens in a race, because it is how you win races, and sometimes that can be the catalyst to you winning a race, or ultimately the disadvantage caused by you not maximizing when you were on top and you lose pace.
Race IQ, what is that? You know, that's something that's obviously a brand new concept for me. I've never heard of it, as we've still got battling going on for P2 and P3 this time now. DX Droid Sim Racing does have the line, but they're still so evenly matched. That Huge Ass Racing Blue car might have the run back, but here comes the GT3 car trying to make way while the sun shines, and that Huge Ass Blue car is going to get shown to the outside and caught a little bit unaware here. But that was a brilliant little fight here. You get the feeling that this is not over yet. The two of them still fighting out tooth and nail, as we've got just a handful of pit stops left to go. I think probably about, we've got two certainly for the GT4s. In fact, no, we don't. We've only got one, I believe, left for the GT4s. They'll be pitting just before 3 hours. And then you've got the GT3 AMs and GT3 Pros. They'll be coming in around about 15 minutes. So they'll be coming in around about half an hour, I think. But LMP3s should be in very, very shortly. Let's talk a little bit about, Tapello, the LMP3s then. Sim Racing Grid Phoenix there. That 44.9 second gap over Gorio Autosport there. And I'm like, originally I was thinking, oh, it's a strategy difference, you know, they're on a different fuel saving strategy, but what would be the point? I mean, if you're losing like 2 seconds a lap to the car that's in front of you, I don't see any strategy in which that makes sense.
Yeah. Look, sometimes you can try, but you need to match. And maybe this is one of those situations where we just need to kind of own up to the fact that Sim Racing Grid have kind of owned this track, and they've just maximized on every kind of opportunity they can take to be the faster car, open their gaps, and just keep putting that pressure through performance on the rest of the grid.
Yeah, that could actually be exactly what it is. But, I mean, while we're watching all of this unfolding, the other thing that crosses my mind as well is just how, you know, very, very composed the teams and the drivers have been. I mean, we've seen certainly some issues, or we've seen, you know, a little bit of contact here and there, but it's actually not been all too bad through the course of the race here. And again, I'm just trying to think that while they've got an hour and 45 minutes left to go here, you know, there's nobody or certainly recently that I can see, that's absolutely sending it in and actually been more of like a nuisance to themselves.
Yeah, look, my next sentence, we might have a race control message coming up.
Yeah, there we go, 10
second time penalty. Oh, that's tough. It's tough. For car 156, Rosado Motorsports, for unnecessary contact. So, yeah, the stewards are still keeping an eye. So that's good. I was just about to say, David, you know, as you talk about these cars, this is coming from a place of just pure envy. I hate it when drivers are composed. I really do. when and everything they do just tends to work. You know, nothing phases them. A snap of oversteer, they control that and they keep going. And the reason I say that is, you know how difficult that is. Like, I don't think people understand. You know, the really good guys make it look easy, but composure is so difficult to maintain. And sometimes it has been my Achilles heel in racing, where I can have a good 5 laps, but if I have to maintain that kind of pace, that kind of composure for another 5-10 laps, it just doesn't happen. And that's why I'm saying I'm very envious of just how good these drivers are at maintaining the composure, putting their head down, and just being consistent and putting in lap after lap of consistent pressure and effort. I hate them for it.
I have to agree. I absolutely hate them as well, because it makes me feel so inferior as a terrible sim racing driver that they can do these laps after lap after lap after lap after lap. But either way, we just have to kind of put up with it and enjoy all of the chaos as it unfolds. Meanwhile, with the GT3 and Battle then, 11 Tenths Racing still out in the lead of this race just now. And they are securing the championship by a good 20 seconds at the moment. But Brabham Esports, I honestly think in this GT3 Pro fight, are going to be able to potentially take the lead of this race. They've been slowly catching up on backmarker Racing Razzle Dazzle FTR, hand over fist over the past couple laps. Nick DeBeck, good evening. Thank you very much for joining us tonight. Saying go Digitrax. Giving a lot of love for them as well. And while that is the case, I'm also just looking at yeah. So I was just checking something was absolutely right with the teams there. That is absolutely spot on. So yeah, Brabham Esports were catching up now, starting to lose that gap. It's actually going out quite considerably over the last couple of seconds there. Gorio Autosport though, I mean, yeah, it is what it is. I think that it's obviously just not been their day. I mean, Akram Zanoun had the pace to put it on pole position, but obviously Sim Racing Grid Phoenix are just a completely different class above. I mean, we've seen the same in other forms of racing today. I'm not going to say which. But other than that, I mean, again, it's literally back to that point, and it's so weird because we kept saying this. You know, you get your pit stop, and then you get chaos, and then it all goes quiet again. And now we're back to that quiet before we get the pit stops.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. The pit stops can be very, very crucial in terms of a race. Not only Of course, getting repairs done, changing tires, getting fuel, all that kind of stuff, that's normal. But a lot of drivers use pit stops as sort of like a soft reset for their mentality. That's why some drivers, after a pit stop, it is the best and most effective stint you'll see from them. It's sort of like everything clicks and they get faster and they just keep moving. And I think that's what we saw with the Sim Racing Grid LMP3 car, in that after the pit stops, it just looked like that car kicked it up a notch, took an extra gear, and it's been impenetrable ever since. Its pace has been brilliant to see. You kind of forget that the car is in the race just based on how good the car, the drivers have been in just maintaining that pace, doing what needs to be done, and as you've mentioned before, maintaining their composure.
Yeah, and they've been doing it so well through the course of the race, as you just said there. So it makes it very difficult for anything to happen outside of all of that just now. But either way, I mean, it's still plenty to play for. They're still pushing hard, and we can see Cully Hopkins into pit lane. So we do have the LMP3s into pit lane, as we thought we might through the first course of that. So that's fine. They're going through just now. The other thing with that as well is then you've got the GT3 Pros. You've got the GT3 AMs as well. There might be a move going on for fourth position. Squadron Veloce have been catching up. That was a 2-second gap, now at 0.2 of a second. But the other thing, I'm very disappointed. I feel like I sold you on this one, Tapello, on the fact that the LMP3s were going to be murdering cars left, right and centre. And actually, touch wood, touch everything else that's wooden in this room, they've actually been very well behaved. It's mostly been GT3s on GT3s, or maybe the occasional GT3 on GT4.
Yeah, again, curse of the commentator. What you want, you never get. No, but you're right. And look, it's what we always speak about week in, week out, right? It's like these drivers get so honed in and they get so good at what they do. The kind of expected mistakes hardly ever turn out in a race anymore. You know, you'd think, like you're saying, considering how often these LMP3 cars will go through traffic and they need to pass benchmarkers, you'd expect a lot of incidents, but they just don't. They find a way to do it, they do it cleanly, and their race just keeps on going.
Certainly does, and we've got an hour and 40 minutes left to go in this race, as we're watching Johnny Alea for 1110s Racing right now. He is in the lead of the GT3 AMP battle and is in the lead of the championship as well. So 1110s Racing currently 1 foot on top of that podium, P7 overall. And they are doing a marvellous, marvellous job there, 20 seconds ahead of Digitrack Sim Racing Team, who I believe are going to finish in... Now, are they going to finish in second position? Let me just go and verify that just now. No, they're actually going to finish in third. Well, actually, I think they might jump up into second position, because Squadron Veloce are down in P5. So I'm going to have to go and use my mad science calculation skills there, because that's 18 points behind them. I know, obviously, if it's second and fifth, there's going to be a difference of, let me just work it out, 17 points. So yeah, that would just be enough for Digitrack Sim Racing Team to take that GT3 AM battle and put it into second position. That's a hell of an outcome for them. And again, while we're, you know, the lead battle, the championship battle might have simmered down, it might have died down to a certain extent. There's no denying that. But there's still so many different places and so many different points in the championship on offer and to fight for. It really is what is keeping everyone, you know, firmly poised and really at the front of their attention now, because we're coming down to that stage where everyone's in self-preservation mode. We've got an hour, just over an hour and a half left to go in the final race of the season now. You know, you don't want to be doing anything stupid. And you just want to be being able to to push as much as you can. I did get distracted here. I'm coming back to this, and I genuinely do not understand this, right? Gorio Autosport, back to them in the LMP3s. I feel like I've been talking about them all the time. I'm racking my brains for this, right? Akram Zanoun was the fastest man, was on pole position, and yet you're telling me that we're losing 0.7 of a second to Sim Racing Grid Phoenix every single lap. I don't understand where that pace has gone. Surely that has to be the trying, and you know, I'm saying that, and I'm looking at pit stops. They didn't do all that differently on the pit stops. I wonder if they're maybe trying to backtrack this from where I think the race is going to end here, because I just, you know, Tapello, help it make sense to me.
Well, I'd love to try. But yeah, look, and I find this so weird, right? This tends to happen in racing, and it's one of those unexplainable occurrences in a race where some drivers are so good at qualifying. They can put together the most impressive, on edge, let's finish qualifying lap you've ever seen. And then you expect them to replicate or at least get close to that kind of form in a race, and they just can't, right? They lose time, their pace is gone, and then you get the inverse. You get a driver who can be just mediocre or put in a competitive lap in qualifying, but then their race pace is otherworldly to witness. And to this day, I still don't have a sort of explanation or an insight into that. It's just one of those weird phenomena that happens in racing, and it happens in all forms of racing, from the highest tiers to the lowest tiers, to prototype racing to sports car racing. It just happens, and it tends to catch you by surprise at how stark the difference can be between one car, one driver, from qualifying to the actual race.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, you heard it here first. Taps is saying that Gorio Autosport are washed. They are done for. But again, you see the swings and roundabouts, the lap traffic causing a bit of issue with that Sim Racing Grid Phoenix, and ultimately, I guess maybe Sim Racing Grid Phoenix realising that they don't have to push. You know, they don't have to charge. They've got this in the bag. Even if Gorio Autosport do take the race win, they've still got the championship in hand for them. So maybe that is kind of a little bit what is on their mind just now. But we'll see. We'll wait and see. Meanwhile, GT3 pit stops are coming in. We've got FTR Esports Black into pit lane, Art Sim Racing 2 into pit lane, RPM Racing Blue, was that also in the pit lane? I think it was. So we've got a couple of the GT3 Pro cars coming in just now. So again, it'll be interesting to see how that affects the strategy. I think we've got another 10 minutes, and we'll have all the GT3 cars in for their pit stop, and that would make sense if they're able to do 45-minute stints. Then back timing it here, you would want to pit at 1/2 and then do your other pit stop at 1/4 the hour. But here comes Akram Zanoun for Gorio Autosport, and yeah, I mean, look, there's Carly Hopkins. He's not even got in the pit lane. This is legit going to be 40 seconds of a gap going out now. This is getting insane.
Yeah, it's one of those. But just looking at the times now that benchmark racing got into the pit, Brabham is again at the front of GT3 Pro. But what was interesting is they've actually been maintaining a very strong pace, and they've been closing lap after lap after lap. They've just been getting closer to the front, and that's what we were saying earlier in the race. You know, they'd made that mistake, but they caught up, and the race has come to them. And even now, they were still maintaining a strong pace, and the race was slowly coming to them. So I think what Brabham Esports Racing is doing with this GT3 class is they're giving others a blueprint of how to run an endurance race. It doesn't matter what comes your way. Just keep consistent, just keep going, and the race will come to you.
And what better way to do that than doing that at the final race of the season, where they really can't sort of copy what you've shown them and use it against you. You literally bring it out right at the end there. Although, to be fair, with the fact that they're leading by what is around about 23 points, maybe they haven't really kept that to themselves this season. It's obviously been a fairly dominating season, given that it's 35 points for a race win, and Brabham Esports up there on 210 points just now. Bart Horston currently behind the wheel of the Brabham Esports car, and sharing that car with Aidan Neat, Taylor Barnard and Yanis Albrecht. And again, those are drivers that can take behind the wheel of the car, but it doesn't mean that they will. They'll be swapping out over the course of the season gone by. But we're now coming up to the halfway point in this third hour, and really, it feels like we've been caretaking this race right now, because it's went into autopilot. We've seen little bits here and there. But the pit stops seem to neutralise everything. Everybody goes back into their own little corner, and then it takes about 15 laps for it to kick off again, and by which point we're going into the pit stops again here. So I'm really not expecting too much else to change here in the final hour and a half. Certainly the traffic is so well spread out, it's not going to really be an issue, I don't think, for these LMP3s. They've learned to be quite patient. They've learned to respect a lot of the cars out there on track. Same with the GT3s, and that goes by the fact that we haven't had many incidents tonight. Although I'm really scared. I'm going to type this out in our broadcast chat, because I dare not even say this on our live stream. But I am a little bit surprised at what we're saying here. So yeah, it's going to be an interesting one for sure. Do you know what? I'm going to be brave. I'm going to be ballsy. I'm going to say it. I haven't seen the yellow flag yet. I haven't seen the safety car to Pello. I haven't seen a yellow flag. And confirmed that is now we're going to have 13 cars into the wall, aren't we?
Is that you trying to invoke the powers of the curse of the commentator? Trying to make a prediction so you know the opposite is going to happen?
Yes, that is exactly what I'm trying to do on this race. You know, I'm seeing stuff like this, and we've had it in every single race, but it feels, oh my God, it's that Porsche. Absolutely
Send it!
Flew it on the inside. Good Lord. That was absolutely wild. But yeah, like, it's just one of those cases where we are at the mercy of what happens out there on track. There's certainly been nothing to warrant having a yellow flag out, so there's no point in separating up the racing if we don't need to. But sure as hell would be funny to certainly see that, as that's a move by Hugh Jas Black onto Rosado Motorsports Apex. Rosado trying to get the move back done here. The two BMWs leaning on each other. I think Rosado will get this, as they are coming up to a left-hander. So now Hugh Jas has the inside line, and that is going to be a position taken there for Hugh Jas Black into P5 in the GT4s.
Yeah, a brilliant move, and just another demonstration of how you can kind of get the move done by staying on the inside, staying on the outside, using the way the track moves and the turns to your advantage. So that was a good move, good driving there, all on show for everyone to see. So, ladies and gentlemen, 2 hours 30 minutes into this race, and it's look, the battles have kind of toned down. The biggest battle currently on track is the battle between huge as Black and the car. But interesting again, as we focus on Sim Racing Grid Phoenix, they are just putting in consistent laps, and the gap now is 1 minute to Gorio Autosport. And as Christy mentioned, as he tried to put me on the block there, that I said Gorio was washed. No, I did not. But this is a very impressive performance by Sim Racing Grid, and just how ruthless they've been in putting these laps together and consistently going, consistently bringing lap after lap after lap and maintaining that race pace. But more battles coming up as we head to GT3 Pro. Brabham once again fighting for their lives amongst all these cars, but it is FTR Esports Gold and Rosado Motorsport once again showing us where the battle is and trying to maintain their gaps on this track and trying to just finish strong. There's an hour and a half to go, and it's all about what you can do right now, because the midpoint of a race, I often find, especially in endurance racing, is that whenever the race seems to go into a lull, that's kind of where you need to maintain. You don't need to drop with the race. You need to hold and try and set up the last hour. I think if you looked at, I recently watched what's the name of this document? It's a Porsche documentary, right? About endurance sport, endurance racing, you know, Le Mans and all that type of stuff.
Yeah, Road to Le Mans with Michael Fassbender.
Yes. I don't know why I forgot the name. I've been such an advocate for that series for the past 3-4 years that it's been on. And what's often so evident from that, that series and the different races is just how important it is to be there or thereabout going into the last hour of a race. You know, you see it with some of the calls they make, that it's all down to keep going, keep there, keep within, and then in the last hour, just push, and that's where you make a difference. I loved it. It's one of the best automotive series shows that has gone out in the past 5 years. That's for sure.
I will say absolutely nothing against what you've just said there, because it is straight facts, my friend. Absolute straight facts. It is such a, as you said, if you haven't seen it yet, you really need to go and see it. I enjoyed it far more than Drive to Survive. It's one of the most authentic. It feels gritty. It feels like you're getting a real genuine look behind the scenes, and it's not put on for drama. It's not been manipulated or anything like that. It's a genuine representation of what is going on over the race weekends. And you know, fair play to Porsche for doing that, because they really did take the lead on that documentary type series. And it is, as you say, it's really enjoyable. The other one that I really enjoyed, I'm probably going to have to Google this. It was a documentary film, and I'm sure it was the gentleman driver or sort of gentleman racer or something like that. It was just so good. Again, I'm trying to figure out what the name of it. It was all about like GT3 racing. It had Zach Brown in it and quite a few others. But again, I just it's completely out of my thought process there.
It happens, trust me, it does. But yes, look, for anyone that is interested in that kind of stuff, Road to Le Mans, it's on Porsche's YouTube channel. And what I loved about it, it just shows how much effort goes into being good. You know, there were a lot of jokes on social media about, the consistent accidents Michael Fassbender was having, and the way they go about framing his whole season and his experiences, especially in the very candid moments where something has just happened, and this tends to happen in sim racing as well, is just how much pressure these guys put on themselves to be good, to get faster, to be consistent. And it's just not your day sometimes. It really isn't. And that constant pressure is what I loved about that series. It is utterly fantastic.
It was, sorry, just to finish that off as well, it was called The Gentleman Driver. It was a movie from 2018, but it was a documentary movie, and it followed 4 businessmen who were in the WEC series as the gentleman drivers, so to speak, doing these endurance races, and it followed about, you know, these twin lives, where through the day, through Monday to Friday, they would be working for, you know, the high-end blue-chip corporations with a suit and a tie, and then, that was a bit scary for sim racing Red Phoenix right there. But then on the weekends, they would then be these racing drivers, and it was just fantastic seeing the transformation that a lot of these drivers did. I know United Autosport were involved in it. So there was like Paul Dallalana was in it, Tony Calderon, Bruno Senna, and it was that whole thing of like, you think genuine drivers are these overweight guys over 40, 50 years old, but a lot of them, they had these, you know, really expensive training equipment, and they're doing all the cardio and all that sort of stuff as well, just to show that they have to do all that just to be able to get behind the wheel of one of these things. So it's a fascinating insight into another side of sports car racing, since essentially that is what we're out here celebrating, even if it is the virtual equivalent of it. But the the real life endurance sim racing, somebody's got to pay for those seats there, Tapello, and quite often that's in the form of an amateur driver who pays their way to get behind the wheel.
Well, with that being said, I think it's time we start preparing our pitch, right? For the driving duo of David Christie and Tapello Miriyotle. We're gonna start a racing team. We're gonna crowdfund it, and we're gonna see how far we can go.
Let's do it. No, 100%. Let's do it. And the thing is, I'm not even joking. Like, me and you will be behind the wheel of the cars in 2025 when I move over to South Africa. We will. I don't even know. Is there any? Because they're going to do some endurance races at like Kyalami and stuff like that. Obviously, I'm not. Sorry, not Kyalami, but at the one that I was at. I can't even remember. It was Killarney, that was it, yeah. A huge national motorsport scene there. So yeah, we'll have to get involved in like a little club endurance event. We'll be in a seat. Don't you worry about it.
Oh, they're huge. They're huge, and they're traveling all over. I think there's an event next week at Dreadstar Raceway. There's a 4-hour endurance race, and they move around. They go to Swartkops. There's so many different provinces, different racetracks. South Africa has a really rich motorsport history, and I'm just glad to see that there has been a bit of a shift and trying to put more focus on what we can do in terms of motorsport right now and the different events that are available. So trust me, there is a lot to do. I think there's also a time attack series that started where you can pitch up in whatever car you have, and then you can just try and set hot laps at different circuits week in, week out, and just trying to develop that way. So there's a lot going on. There really is, and it's a joy to see.
It really is. In the meantime, Tapello, we need to get you on the wheel in pedals. We'll get you on AC, and I'll give you the Killarney mod, and we'll get some lap time competitions going in on that one. Right, there we go then. So me and you are getting behind the wheel of a car. What car are we going to settle on then? That's the next question.
Well, I'll tell you what. Whichever company is going to accept my kidney and yours as payment, we'll take that car.
Well, I think it's safe to say we're not going to be getting a factory new car. We're not, unfortunately. I think we fall outside the catchment area of appealing to their audiences. We're well, maybe I don't, but yeah, I can't see that. So I think we're going to have to get our own one. So let's. The other thing I noticed right about South Africa, without bringing us off too much on a tangent here, because Brabham Esports are poised to take the lead of this race, is your used car market is absolutely bonkers over there. So like for getting cars that I would think about taking out on a track, I mean, you've got used cars from like the 80s and 90s that are over here that would go for hundreds of thousands of pounds, which is like millions of rands, and you get them for like 10,000 rand or something like that.
And look, our used car market is a bit tricky in the moment because it tends to go through these fluctuations where it can be really strong or it can be really terrible. But there's a lot of gems stuck in South Africa. And I remember a few months ago, actually, was this whole hubbub over the special edition BMWs that were made in South Africa just for the South African market. And you guys from the UK went wild. So many cars were leaving South Africa week in, week out. And when you check where they're popping up, oh, it's another David Christie from the UK who just bought that car. And yeah, there really is a strong market for these cars that you'd think they've forgotten. But then you find the history of that car and you realize it was really commissioned by BMW just for the South African market.
We always want our hands on what we can't get. That's the big thing of it. And again, not from stalking your Twitter or anything like that, but you are a bit of a BMW fan, aren't you?
Well, yeah, I am. But I've loved cars since I was a young lad, and the older I get, the more I find myself being more interested in BMWs, but a lot goes in my plate. But yes, I would consider myself a BMW fan.
There we go. So what about a BMW E36? That's a race car, that's a chariot.
Definitely. I've seen a few. I know where they sell a few. Hell, I've even seen Nissan GT-R drift cars for sale in South Africa. So there's a lot.
Goodness me. Right. Back to the action. Unfortunately, we've got to drag it kicking and screaming because this is for the lead of the GT3 Pro, and this is to add absolute domination to the CV of Brabham Esports. They are just 0.2 of a second away from taking the top spot from backmarker racing Razzle Dazzle, who are trying to hold on, it's safe to say, trying being the operative word right now. Meanwhile, that LMP battle has gone out to 1 minute and 4 seconds. That's absolutely wild. In fact, all of the lead battles right now, GT3 AMS up to 32 seconds, and then the GT4 battle is 16.8 seconds. Right, with the Brabham Esports car, breathing down your neck, Stephen Jones is under a huge amount of pressure, but there's a part of you that's just like, oh, do you know what, just let him go. They've got the championship anyway, we just need to get as much points as we can.
I think racers don't think like that, which is the really weird thing to say. But I was having a conversation with a friend about this, in that as we get the overtake by the Brabham Mercedes, and we have to give kudos to the well done Benchmark Racing, holding on to that position. But we had a conversation about this with my friend, in that to stay in front of a race and to go for the win, you have to believe you can beat anyone. It doesn't matter what the situation is, whether the championship's been wrapped up, whether someone is faster than you, you just have to believe on the day you can take them. And I think that's what pushes these guys to do what they do, is that on any given day, on any given circuit, they have the belief that they can defend and fight for a win no matter what. And I think that's what's going to happen here, because we've seen Brabham Esports fall down, build up a gap, kind of claw their way back to the front, overturn 5-second gaps, 4-second gaps. That's the belief that they can beat anyone, and they're going to try and do it anyway. So if you're benchmarker racing right now, you just have to believe you can beat them, and you're going to defend it with your life, and you're just going to keep going. And I think that's what's going to pan out in the next 15-20 minutes.
And here we go then, backmarker racing,
Sorry,
razzle dazzle.
backmarker racing.
What
Here
we
we go.
can't hear,
It's late.
what our audience can't hear, is our broadcast producer chastising Zapello for mispronouncing a team name. It's I honestly wish we had a switch that we could let our audience hear the abuse, the torrents of abuse, quite frankly, ladies and gentlemen, that we have to put up with. Why is that LMP3 not able to absolutely gap those GT3 cars? That is peculiar, to say the least. I mean, it will have better speed and better pace through the corners, but yeah, that should have been a done deal. But either way, yeah, happy days. Right, Brabham Esports still not able to make the move. Yeah, that is a very tentative Eagle Speed Academy Esports G. I think they just don't want to take anybody out. They don't want to make their day any worse than it already is. I've also just noticed in the GT4s that is a lockout for 3, 4, and 5 for huge ass blue, gold, and black. It's I'm sure there's a song in there somewhere.
Well, David Christie, you're finding new avenues to keep us entertained. Now we're gonna go find a song.
It's got to be done. I mean, yes, it's definitely got to be done at this stage of the race. Unfortunately, as that LMP3 car still can't quite get over. Good afternoon, good evening to the RBN 180. I've got, unfortunately, no idea what you're saying. Sorry. Logan Warfield, let's get an SRG. Now I've got to figure out, well, it took me all of 2 seconds to figure that out. Sim Racing Ground Phoenix. So yes, let's go SRG. And they are very much poised to win this championship right now. Meanwhile, it does look like that battle with Brabham Esports even has kind of has chilled out a little bit just now.
Yeah, it looks like it. It looks like it. And I think it was mainly because of the LMP3 car just getting stuck between them, and they were kind of having to navigate that as a bit of a disturbance in the pace. But I think what you will see, because we have been seeing it consistently throughout this race, is even with a situation like this, the Brabham Esports car will claw its way back. You know, slowly but surely, lap after lap. As you can already see, the gap is now 8/10. So you will see them kind of get back there and start to put pressure on Check's name, backmarker racing.
Well, we got there eventually, but it's great to see that it's backmark. What was it you said? Benchmark racing. Right? Benchmark. Do you know, it's fine.
My eyes
fine.
decided that the letters look similar, and we kept going.
No, do you know, what you were saying is, you were saying that they're doing such a great job in first position that they are the benchmark for other GT3 teams. That's what you were saying, Tapelli. I got your back,
See,
don't you worry about
that's
that.
That's why we're co-hosts. That's why we're co-commentators. That's why.
That's exactly
You
it.
get
We have to look after each other at this point, though. This is the fight then for that was second position in the GT3 AM class. I say fight. They're 34 seconds behind, so that's maybe an optimistic word here. Huge Ass Golds are 0.5 of a second behind Huge Ass Blue. I'd love to see a fight between them. Can't see it quite happening, to be honest with you. They might keep it lit, but to be honest with you, that Mercedes is looking like it has got the pace, it's got the legs right now, but that BMW is always very firm. It's always, the one thing I love about BMWs as a race car is that they're always very, very sort of balanced and fairly neutral. They know exactly what they're trying to do. They're not like Audis where they just sort of skitter from corner to corner. The Lambos are, yeah, I'm just not a fan of Lambos. Mercs, love the Mercs. They're great fun, but they're really, really wieldy and brutal. But the BMWs just seem to have it sort of, you know, set up very, very nicely. Very, very easy for a brand new person to GT3s just to kind of get behind the wheel and take for a drive.
Yeah, that's what I've often found as well, that the BMWs as a platform just tend to be the most noob-friendly vehicle out there. The neutrality in the setup just gives you the chance to learn, adapt, kind of get used to it. The Audis tend to bite, and they bite really hard, same as the Lambos. Merc, it's there or thereabout. It's kind of one of those cars. The more you get comfortable, you get into it, and you can get really fast in it as well. The Porsche tends to be good for outright grip, if that's the kind of driving you like. You know, you kind of like traction and you want to manipulate a car. That's where the Porsches are good. So that's what I like about sim racing, is that the more you do it, the more you start to pick up the intricacies, the inherent positives, the balances of each package. No two cars are the same. Each one has its own thing. And that's why the really established guys will tell you about the tire usage on one, where it's good, where it's bad. As we see the Brabham Mercedes once again trying down the inside, but the Ferrari is holding out really, really well. Backmarker Racing has been doing this defense really well, but side by side once again on the outside, will they hold the position? So far they are, and they should have the inside line going into here, and that is fantastic defense, showing us once again how to defend in an ever-changing circuit, how to keep it out wide, how to come back in, and just how to hold the most defensive line that doesn't compromise your line as well, that doesn't compromise your speed and positioning. That's some brilliant driving right there.
Yeah, and what I love about that as well is the fact that, you know, Brabham aren't pushing this too much. I also love the fact that that LMP3 car is still behind them. It still wants up. It's like, excuse me, can I please get past, please? Oh, okay, never mind. It just sits happily in the background there. But Brabham, they're testing, they're prodding the defences here of Backmarker Racing Razzle Dazzle, but they're not being disrespectful. They're not pushing where their nose isn't welcome here. So again, it's nice to see. And I think, to be honest, I think Backmarker Racing Razzle Dazzle will be happy to have a little bit of fun coming into this final hour. Let's have a quick look at some action earlier on. Oh, this is the Eagle Speed Academy Esports G car. Oh, so they were ahead, and then they weren't ahead. They spun the car. And to be honest, in those LMP3 cars, that is a very, very easy mistake to happen here. But here we go. Here comes Brabham then again, trying to get the inside line going into turn one. The Ferrari's going to try and drive right round the outside. It has the pace and it has the grip there. It'll have the inside line for the next corner again here, a wiggle wide, and well, I mean, fair play to Backmarker Racing Razzle Dazzle. They are really doing everything that they possibly can here tonight.
They are definitely being the benchmark of defensive driving in this race. And again, just shows the confidence they have in their package to stick it around the outside, know that it will stick, it will hold, and they can defend that way. You know, oftentimes you see a lot of drivers when they get to the outside, they start to panic, they give up, they pull out, simply because it is very tricky to defend on the outside. It takes more from the car than it does to run the inside line. But we're seeing a fantastic display, and dare I say, a lesson in how to position a car around the outside, how to maximize its strengths, therefore you can defend from the outside.
For sure. We've got picture-in-picture action going on here. This is the GT4s. Huge Ass Gold and Huge Ass Blue are very, very close to each other, but again, I don't think anything's going to happen between the two of them. Then you've got Bart Horston chasing down the Backmarker Racing Razzle Dazzle car of Stephen Jones. So the two of them still involved in this in a very, very big way just now. Again, you can see that Eagle Esports car still very patiently waiting behind here. But we are rapidly approaching the end of our third hour here. And boy, oh boy, oh boy, what an hour it's been. 1 hour and 5 minutes left, and really 1 hour and 5 minutes left to go in the season on what has been a thrilling affair. We started, as I said, about 5 months ago at the heady heights under the nighttime lights of Daytona in the USA. before heading out further afield later on. It was a packed schedule. We went down under to Bathurst, then it was over to the UK for Donington Park for 4 hours there. We had our midway race, which was our special double points race, the 6 hours of Fuji. Then we went to Long Beach, and of course our season finale here at Mugello. But other than that, I think it's a season, it's a championship that's went down very well with the drivers, went down very well with the spectators. Great to see a lot of the drivers out there with their own little fan clubs. I mean, we've got Kevin Sifro making a fantastic point here on YouTube chat, saying that these races are cleaner than iRacing online races. Well, to be fair, Kevin, that's a really low barrier. I mean, literally anything could be clearer than a lot of and let's narrow it down even further. iRacing online public races. Let's just get that under wraps on that one, because it's a minefield out there. It is absolutely brutal, and this is why I love community racing. This is why I love leagues that get involved in it. This is where I cut my teeth as well on iRacing. Is back in the day I was on. It was a touring car league using the old Kia Optima back in 2015 I think it was, actually. Maybe it was later than that, but either way, so we've got a very famous racing driver over here in the UK who does British touring cars, called Ash Sutton, and he was on iRacing. He was in our league that we did, and he was just ridiculously fast, but again, it just shows that it's a hotbed of talent, friendliness, fun, competitive spirit. But at the end of the day, everybody does try their best to get on with each other.
Yeah, and I think that's what I love about sim racing as a whole, is that the more popular it gets, the more the friendship aspect of it develops, the stronger it gets. The camaraderie within these leagues. It's one of the things I enjoy. And look, you might understand this even better than I do, Mr. Christie, is that as you commentate, you hop in here, you hop in there, you get a touch here, touch there. That acceptance of you as an individual and what you have to bring makes it so much more worthwhile and such an enjoyable experience to have and share with friends, strangers, a voice on the internet. Ladies and gentlemen, that's what it's all about.
It really is, and it's that whole ability to go toe to toe with somebody, have a proper fight, and then be able to go and voice chat and have a laugh about what you've just done. Even if there was contacts, usually the first thing you hear is folk popping into voice chat as again Brabham Esports again try to send it around the inside on turn one. The Ferrari trying to come back here as late onto the brakes they possibly can. I think the Brabham Esports car might have done it this time, and there we go, your race champions, your GT3 Pro champions, Brabham Esports, into the lead of the race. They're now going to defend this. I think they've got this one in the bag after this is done. And, well, maybe not. They clatter the curb on the inside there. They move to defend. And, well, that's going to be very, very controversial, because that was definitely a block going on there from the Mercedes. And now they're a little bit rattled. They're driving a little bit out of what they're used to doing here. I wasn't expecting that at all.
Yeah, it just showed how quickly the switch can be pressed and how much pressure can take. So race control warning to car 326, the Extra Sim Racing for excessive use of flashes. It's a very common thing in endurance racing.
Right,
So
hang on. Race control, I love you. I'm sorry, I love you. You absolute legends. Finally get that crack down on. It is that and bad rejoins, that is up there with my #1 ever pet hate, as we see the 37 huge ass white car almost destroying that Ferrari. I absolutely detest it. If you need to flash your lights to distract the car in front, sorry, you need to get in the bin.
Oh, there we go. The stewards earning high praise from David Christie.
Exactly. Goodness me.
No, but you know what? You're right. It is such a distracting thing to constantly be flashed. And the tricky thing is, you know, a lot of the times you see people that flash you is they flash you in situations where it's unwarranted. We have a replay coming up. You can hear from our producer on the side. So let's see what they want us to see. This is all side by side. Oh, you know, it's such a tough one to call. Both cars heading into the corner, and car that's slightly ahead just thinking they have the right to the line and they just cut across, or the car inside thinking they can stick a nose in. It's such a 50-50 kind of situation. And the toughest thing is you kind of have to decide within a split second whether you take the line or not. And unfortunately that's what tends to happen when two cars try to go into the same gap. There usually is an incident. Let's see, we have another look of that incident coming up. As you can see here, the Ferrari down the inside, the BMW on the outside. See, both drivers kind of thinking, I can go for the line. The BMW obviously ahead as we head in, and as you can see, BMW coming slightly in, the Ferrari coming slightly out to try and open the line for themselves. And it's front three-quarter to the rear three-quarter. Unfortunately, the car on the outside usually takes the brunt of that kind of incident.
Yeah, well, what can you say on that? It's difficult because you get the feeling that they're almost certainly going to get a penalty because of that as well. And I fear that now we've seen our last bit of action for the race, because I get the feeling that Brabham Esports are going to rock off into the distance. And certainly, I don't think there's anything else to for the lead of the race. I don't think anything's going to happen in LMP3. Can't see it happening in GT3 Pro. GT3 AM as well is fairly safe at 40 seconds. GT4 is kind of done and dusted as well. So, I mean, realistically, this is now, I guess, a 58-minute cooldown lap.
Well, yes.
Maybe?
Yes. No. You know, it's. I think the biggest challenge is still between Brabham and Backmarker Racing. That's where the kind of hype is. But yeah, they've been so consistent with each other. You struggle to see where the difference is going to come about between those two cars. Everyone else seems to be settled. I think GT4, we still have huge ass gold and huge ass blue with a possible kind of fight, but they're gonna hold position. That's just the way it's gonna turn out. So yeah, I think you're right, Mr. Christie. 58-minute cooldown lap. They're just giving us more time to talk a lot of nonsense and find other things to joke about at this point.
Absolutely up for that. Let's find more things to joke about then for the remaining 56 minutes of this race. And again, I've only ever once tried to get behind the wheel of an LMP3 car, as we see into the pits for the... Well, actually, hang on. This is not the final time. Sim Racing Red Phoenix are into the pit lane. They're going to have to come in again with about 15 minutes left to go. Let's keep an eye on that. Keep an eye on Gorio Autosport. Are they... Oh my God, have they done an absolute blinder in terms of strategy here? Have they been trying to go it longer so that they can... It's not about track position just now. It's so they don't have to do the extra pit stop at the end. Oh, that could be so clever. That's... I think that's what they're trying to do. I think they're trying to stay out an extra 10 minutes and then try and do that 45-minute stint at the end here. That would be... wow.
Is this the point in the race where we start playing the Jaws theme song? You know this, Mr. Christie. You know the Jaws theme song is my favorite.
Dun 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 dun.
Well, I guess now we have another part of the track to focus on, right? To keep a close eye to see how that develops in the next 10-15 minutes.
Yeah, that is exactly what we're going to have to do. The thing with that as well is that, you know, anything can happen in the final hour. And this is what you were saying. This is what they have to do. They have to be able to keep themselves under control for that time and be able to make sure that they're not having any issues. We've spoke about earlier how it's all about leading up to this final hour. Well, here we are. This is the final hour. Yes, you've got a 20-second lead, but what are you going to do with it? That is the kind of bigger question. But Sim Racing Grid Phoenix have come out of pit lane, and again you can see Gorio Autosport have dropped back, and they're continuing to drop back at this point here. So I don't know. I still think I just keep an eye out on them. I think keep an eye out on them. Arctic Racing though into the pits for GT3 AMS. GT4s will pit in about 5-10 minutes time, as late as possible. And again, just a case of running down the clock here. But you know, realistically, I think that the one team that stands out for me, Brabham Esports, you've got to say, it's such a dominating lead at the top of the championship in that GT3 Pro class. They've looked so good. They were down in 5th position for the majority of the race today, this evening, and consistently just chipped away, putting the laps, and then to get that race lead off of Backmarker Racing Razzle Dazzle. I mean, you knew it was coming with the pace that they had, but it felt like just kind of rubbing salt into the wound of how dominant they have been this season.
Yeah, most definitely. And remember, I'm only catching the tail end of the season, right? So I don't have like a benchmark to put against them. I haven't seen their performance over the whole season. But what's been so impressive about the Brabham Esports team and just how they've kept pushing that Mercedes is no matter what happened, no matter what mistake came about, no matter where they came out after a pit stop, they've just been consistent and unrelenting in getting those laps, in throwing it back, just lap after lap, eating into the gap. And now they're sitting in front and they're trying to slowly extend their gap. That's been one of the hallmarks of what every team owner, team principal, team manager, racing instructor will tell you about racing. Just keep going, put those laps in, and the race will come to you, and you will enjoy the benefits of consistency.
The consistency, though, is one of the things that I think has been the pillar of this this season and of this team, and I think you're absolutely spot on in saying that, as David Johansson behind the wheel of the LMP3 leading car, Sim Racing Grid Phoenix. And actually, it might be an idea actually to go on board with David just through this lap here, just to get an idea of what it's like encountering traffic in these LMP3 cars here. As we come round, let's give you a little reminder of this circuit then. So we come through turns 1 and 2, we're through Luco, we're through Poggio Secco. This is on the run down towards Materazzi, and then Borgi San Lorenzo, and it's through Casanova on the run down the hill towards Savelli, and then into the corner at Arrabbiata 1. We've got a spicy little move going on there, GT3 on a GT4 car. You can see how quickly we come up onto the GT4 car there, through Scarparia, into the Pelagio, back end of a GT3 car now. Come through the right hander at Corntal. And we've got just 2 more corners to go through, 3 corners, through Blunt 81, through Blunt 82. And then it's into the final corner, into Bachin. And if anything shouts, you know, patient and determined drive, it's going to have to be that on board with Sim Racing Grid Phoenix there.
And look, can we just give praise, right? 3 hours 10 minutes into this race, 109 laps, and just the smoothness that's being shown there by David Johansson in that LMP3 car. So smooth, so measured, not underdriving but not overdriving at the same time. They've just found that balance and they're just going lap after lap. That was a brilliant onboard, actually. Smooth, measured, and just on point.
Yeah, it really is. So that's David Barraclough in your race leading Torque Freak Racing by TFR lap. Now, thankfully, that's just a little bit of bruised ego and bruised pride on that one. But they get away with it, and we go back racing. So that gap now down to 10 seconds as Hugh Jass White into pits. Now, again, as I said, the more that Gorio Autosport can stretch this out here, the more they've only got to do one pit stop. They need to do another 15 minutes here. But I don't know. I honestly, there's just a gut feel that says, fair enough, they might not do it, but it's too close to call at this point in time. So again, I'm not gonna hold out too much hope for it, but we'll certainly see. Because remember, the championship decides on this as well by 1 point. If Gorio Autosport finish ahead of Sim Racing Grid Phoenix, I don't know about you, but that's a damn awesome way to finish a championship. To say that it came down to just 1 point.
Yeah, look, it's one of those situations, right? Whether it happens, it doesn't happen, whether it works in your favor or it doesn't, the lead, dare I say, of the situation will come from the fact that you gave it a go. Right? Regardless of what happens, you gave it a go. You tried to go for that really, really strong, and there you go. There's your pit stop, Mr. Christie. Gorio Autosport just came into the pits.
Well, can they make it? That's the thing. 48 minutes or 47 minutes? I don't think they can. But we'll see. Maybe they can. Maybe they can absolutely hammer it. And the thing is the question is, well, actually, I've just realised, yeah, because if they can hammer it from now on, then they don't have to go into the pits again, because David Johansson is only going to have to go in for a splash and dash, and we saw what Splash and Dash did. They came out still 20 seconds ahead of Gorio Autosport, so I'm going to retract that entire line of conversation. Ignore I said anything, and everything is absolutely fine here. You know, one of those conversations where you immediately realise just how stupid you've been when you've been saying things.
You sort of like get the conclusion to your question as you're asking the question. You kind of figure it out as you're speaking. Yeah. You've committed, so you need to go on. But
yeah, but you immediately have to try and it then goes to immediately to like, how do I not make myself look like a complete idiot on this? Yeah. No, I fully get that. And I think it's what we find so funny about, commentating on these things. It's like when you commentate on a move that's about to happen, and you're speaking and you kind of get enamored and you're feeling passionate, and you start to realize as you're talking, like, there's no way what I'm saying is going to happen. There's just no way. And you kind of need to back out, but you need to back out strategically with poise, dare I say. That's David Christie for you, ladies and gentlemen. The man come on now. I have never, ever, to Pello, right now, I'm saying never been in the same sentence as poise. There's never been a sentence that said David Christie and poise, okay? It's not something that would... I feel like that's false advertising right there.
Do you want to win favor with the internet, yes or no?
Yes.
Yes. Good. Then you have poise. We're letting you get a win here.
Okay. Yeah, well, I'm always happy to get a free win. What can I say? Right, 45 minutes left to go. I can't believe we've got our way through nearly... I can't even calculate in my head what that is in a fraction, but we are well over three quarters of the way in, and I know that it's 3/4, but you know what I was trying to do? I was trying to figure out what that extra 15 anyway. We're nearly there. hold hands, ladies and gentlemen. The pain will be over soon, I promise. Right, Huge Ass Gold have just got past the X-Royd Sim Racing by Letroom. So what the hell has happened there? Because that car is dropping down very, very quickly indeed. That lost about 0.2 of a second every single lap there. RPM Racing Black come into pit lane. And, well, this is all, it's all starting to get a bit topsy-turvy, really, with all of the action that's going on. Miguel Gutierrez behind the wheel of the DX-Droid Sim Racing by Letroom. I've got a feeling that we're going to get a shout that there's a replay coming up very shortly, because that would make sense as to why that car has fallen off so quickly. And in the meantime, all the cars just circulating, get these final laps in. As we said, it's all about just getting through to the end of the championship, getting through to the end of the race. And, well, yeah. Also being reminded a little while ago there from our broadcast director that the reason that GT3 cars are able to keep up with the LMP3s is that they're actually faster in a straight line. So, yeah. Do you remember about that easy win there, Tapello? I'm maybe going to take you up on that after all.
It always comes down to it in the end. Right? But, you know, I'm watching the race, and we've kind of reached that twilight period. It's starting to get a bit darker. The lights come on. And if you ever have the opportunity, ladies and gentlemen, to go watch an endurance race, and it gets to this point, it is one of the best things to see in motorsport, because it just feels like the cars come alive. You start to see the exhausts glowing red because they've been running for a long time. You start to see the front brakes glowing as they brake into these corners. It is the best part of an endurance race. That twilight period, as it changes from light to dark, and it just feels like the cars come alive. I cannot trade that feeling for anything. It is one of the best sights in motorsport. And every time I go on social media, I always find a video that shows that period in racing, and it just brings joy to my face.
I agree with you. I think it's a fantastic part of the day. Just also, like, I think of like Nürburgring and the Nordschleife. At that point in the night, that's when you start to see the big wheel lit up. You start to see the campsites and the fires and all of the trail of lights coming through. It does feel like a magical point in the day. But again, it feels also like so few venues actually offer that opportunity to enjoy that.
It's true. It's true. You know, just because of all the logistics involved, it's always advisable and trying the better way to have races during the day so people can leave while it's still bright out, you know, connect where they need to. But the endurance races give you that opportunity. And I always remember this because I attended the 9-hour a few years ago, and it was a hectic thunderstorm, hectic. And just after the thunderstorm, when there was a break in the rain and it was just getting dark, you started to see those cars glowing red, glowing brakes, glowing exhaust, and the race took on a whole different atmosphere from there.
It's when it starts to change, though. It feels like a mindset change for the drivers as well. As we see Sim Racing Red Phoenix indeed in for their final pit stop then. They've decided to come in earlier just to top up the tank and get everything filled up. Might as well just take new tyres as well and just absolutely send it for all of the gap that they've got there. And yeah, okay, can we just not talk about that gap anymore? Do you remember when I was like, oh, they've got a chance? No, they don't. No, they don't. They really, really don't. What a performance by Sim Racing Red Phoenix. I mean, that is... that's absurd, and I'll guarantee that gap's going straight back up as well, because when Sim Racing Red Phoenix have been out, they've been absolutely on it. So yeah, ironically, I honestly don't think Gorio can make it to the end. I think they're going to have to pit like 5 laps or a lap before the end to get fuel. But either way, what an enjoyable experience this has been. 40 minutes left to go in the final rounds of the FTR event. Sim 3D Sports Car Championship. Just to remind you, it does look like all of our championship leaders are in the leads of their classes and are going to win their classes quite handsomely. As Brabham Esports is the first one to test that by going into the pit lane. 40 minutes left to go. I think that's a wise idea. Just get the pit stop out the way and then can just head off at any given opportunity. Although the fact that they've got so far ahead of backmarker racing Razzle Dazzle shows just how long they were trying to get on the overcut there. As we said, 40 minutes left to go now, Taps. What do we think is going through the drivers' mindset at the moment, through the team's heads at the moment in terms of their performance? Do we think that they're just now, right guys, get to the end of the race, or do we think that they're still pushing as hard as they can?
Well, I can tell you one thing. The most common thing I know that's going on inside each driver's mind is don't mess up, 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 don't mess up. Because can you imagine, right? You've been driving for 3 hours, 20 minutes, and you're going to mess up in the last 40 minutes? So it's that weird phase of a race where you want to tone it down, but you still need to be kind of cognizant that there are other cars around you and you can't tone it down too much, because then you put yourself in, you know, the crosshairs of a car behind and stuff. So you just need to find that balance of, if I need to drive at 7/10 of my capabilities, then that's what I'm going to do. But you cannot afford to push when it's unnecessary and risk a penalty, a spin, going off track, an accident or whatever. And it becomes even trickier, dare I say, for the faster cars, right? Your LMP3s, your GT3s, because if they have to navigate a slower car, a GT4 or a GT3 AM car, it's jeopardy. So you need to be very aware and very assured in how you go about navigating that slower traffic. So for the guys that are going to take over this final stint, that's where the mindset is. And you see this as well in, you know, like real life or World Endurance Championship or these sort of multi-class, multi-driver races, is that they usually give the final stint to the most experienced guys, because there's just so much that could go wrong. So you want to decrease the risk of mistakes, of penalties, of whatever, by having the calmest and most experienced guys in the cars at that particular moment. So a lot of these drivers will just be thinking, ignore the mistakes, try and be as solid as possible, drive within yourself, and just make it count.
Because, like you said, the last thing you want to do is have anything that is going on in the last 40 minutes of the race. I've been in that position as well, where you're thinking, oh God, oh God, oh God, especially when it was around at Daytona. But thankfully, in the most recent years, has started car off in the background. That's with the huge-ass racing cars. That is a huge-ass GT4. It's the huge-ass black car. Tapello, what were we saying about not making a mistake in the final 40 minutes of the race?
You remember that thing I spoke about for like 30-40 seconds? You know that thing? Oh yeah, that thing. The opposite of that. Just
that thing.
Essentially. Yeah.
Oh my God.
See, because of the commentator, I've been saying.
I don't know what to... yeah, okay, well, never mind. Right, back to it. We've only got just over half an hour left to go in this race. The gap... Oh, now hang on. Have you seen the gap between first and second, how quickly that's coming down now? It's now... Remember, that was about 1 minute and 20 seconds. It's now down to 40 seconds. So, and that was after the pit stop. The pit stop was still like 112, 113, and they've taken about 30 seconds out of that lead car here. So, okay, I'll keep an eye on that. But again, still half an hour to go. It's still way too early to draw any conclusions from. Meanwhile, with everyone else, it's pretty much as you were. Everyone's still circulating quite fast, and for the most part, apart from huge-ass blue there, or huge-ass black rather, keeping themselves out of trouble. Clatters the curb there, that's what's done it. Unsettled the car, and yeah, sends it round.
all four wheels off the ground, doing it in style. And yeah, wait, now we have other cars off circuit. What happened
dear.
there?
And that's Digitrax as well.
This is interesting. Now you have an LMP3 trying to find its way through a GT4 car in the mix. It's just, yeah, you remember when I was saying you don't want to make mistakes, you want to be cool, avoid trouble? It's these kind of situations that have drivers panicked. But I think our producers picked up what happened there, so we should be seeing a replay in a bit.
Oh dear, right, let's see. Oh, that's a boneheaded move, I'll be honest. That's, yeah. Oh dear, right, anyway. Back to it, David Johansson still in the lead by that 40 seconds. It is starting to come down, but yeah, not a massive amount. Certainly nothing to be worried about just now. At this point, I think, given that Eagle Speed Academy are 2 laps down, I can't see them being able to do anything with that just now. GT3 Pro certainly looking good for Brabham Esports, 1110s Racing in GT3 AM, and then GT4s as well. Torque Freak Racing looking in a positive position for that one. So 35 minutes, as we said, left to go, and again we're just keeping our eye on the lap to go, given that essentially we've got quite a few LMP3s I think that are questionable on fuel. GT4s I definitely don't think have to worry about anything. The GT3s, I think they're going to be fairly safe as well.
Yeah, look, I think... look, what, a few of the GT3s went into the pits, 10 minutes ago? So I think they've kind of prepped to run until the end. So I think that, look, again, because of the commentator, but GT3 guys should be fairly safe to run till the end. LMP3 a bit of touch and go with some of the cars, but I think for the most part it's going to hold how it is now towards the end. Bar a few incidents, a spin or something like that, but I think the big battles have been kind of sorted and settled for now.
Well, that is what I'm thinking as well. I think it's pretty much done and dusted, which gives us another 20 minutes to chat about whatever we want to chat about. I think we've kind of exhausted so many different things here. Andy Fox actually pointing out something here. Bart Horston, behind the wheel of this car here, Taps, has done all 4 hours of this race by himself. What's your thoughts on that?
Legend. That's all I can say. Legend. Think about it like this, right? As a commentator, you're watching this and you're talking about this for 4 hours. And there are moments in that 4-hour broadcast where you can feel yourself slipping. You get a bit tired. You need to take a break. You need to stand up, stretch about, just give the legs a break. But at Brabham Esports drivers been sitting there and they're just driving. They just keep going. Their only respite is a pit stop, and what's that? At best 30 seconds. And what are they really going to do in 30 seconds? So that is, we talk about a war of attrition. That is extremely impressive, because I know for a fact that is difficult to do even on a good day.
Certainly is, and final pit stops coming in now thick and fast for the GT4 Torque Freak Racing, getting back into the lead of the GT4 class then quite comfortably. That's going to be their final pit stop. DXroids Racing is back into second place. That might actually come out, because here comes Hugh Jazz Gold, and Hugh Jazz Gold then jump up into P2 right now. And well, there you go. That is also looking like Hugh Jazz Blue might get past them as well. So DXroids Racing, they got out of pit lane, but they were an early pit stall, so it showed them as on pit exit, but realistically they still had another 10 seconds to go there. So that's now Hugh Jazz Gold and Hugh Jazz Blue up to P2 and P3. Now, what we need to find out is, do they need to stop again? I think I would probably imagine that they do, given the stops. In fact, no, I don't think they do. They've done 5 stops. So they've done it. At the moment, the only one that still has to do it is Richard Rosado. Okay. So FTR Esports as well, GT4 need to pit. So that should be us in terms of the pit stops. Certainly for GT3 AMS, if anybody needs to go into pit lane, it will be Arctic Racing that will tell us first. And then same with the LMP3s. If anybody does need to go into pit lane, it'll be that Eagle Speed Academy car that was in on lap 104 that will be able to tell us first here. So we'll get a barometer of whether or not these cars can make it, but this sun's starting to set here in the virtual recreation of Italy as we're at Mugello. And again, we're now in the dying embers of this 4-hour race, the dying embers of this Season 5 Championship of the FTR event Sim 3D Sports Car Series. It's David Christie and Tapello Marioli here with you for all of the action, and we have enjoyed every single minute of it. RBN 180 asking where you can see the results. I will find out for you. I think the FTR events do have a website that they do post some information, but most of the stuff is actually on their Discord, so on the community Discords. There we go then, final half hour, so we're into the final 8th of the race here, and now certainly, I mean, obviously you've got Eagle Speed Academy trying to chase down Rosado Motorsports here, but in all intents and purposes, this is, I mean, you'll maybe pick up scraps, but that's literally all it is right now then, Tapello.
Yeah, it's racing for the pride of, you know, I still got an overtake in the last 30 minutes. I still made something of it, but as we always say, the racer spirit is never to give up. Whatever you can get, whatever position you can make up, that's what you do, and that's what you go for. Whether that's in the last 10 minutes, seems like a problem. They were just letting an LMP3 past. But yeah, you keep going for it, and unfortunately for the Eagle Speed Academy car, just by slowing down to let the faster cars by, they've just lost touch with the Rosado Motorsports driver. So I think that's going to quell it down for a few laps or so. We'll see if it picks up again, but for now it's going to settle.
So again, we're coming to the closing stages of the race. I asked you this at 2 hours, and I'm going to ask you this again towards now as we come into the finish of the race. Your first experience with multi-class racing, is it what you thought it was going to be?
You know what? I think to some extent it surpassed what I expected it to be, and isn't that always the case? Expectation and reality. But like I said, the beauty of it is more action to look forward to, because there's, you know, the inter-class battles, there's the overall battles, but the race just develops in a particularly interesting way, in the way they go about it, the different drivers, the different strategies, especially because this is also the longest race that I've commentated on, right? The longest race I've had before this was 90 minutes. This is 4 hours. So that you have to take into account so much more strategy variation, so much more factors that go into the race, and I've enjoyed every minute of it. I kid you not. Yes, there have been lulls in the race, but that's what you sign up for motorsport. Not every minute of every race is going to be close wheel-to-wheel action. You're going to get following, you're going to get a car running into gaps on its own, but ultimately the racing is always there. There is always something to look forward to, and it's been enjoyable. And again, I have to give props to you, my friend, my co-commentator, Mr. David Christie. You make it so much fun. You've been welcoming. You've kind of taken my hand in this journey, and you've made it as precious as it can be. So thank you for that, and thank you for the guys that chose to have me this week.
Listen, it is absolutely my pleasure to welcome you on board, Mario. It's, you know, one of those things that we've worked together now for a number of months here, and you're so passionate about what you do, Taps. It really is a pleasure to have you on board, and It's been so much fun. I'm so happy that you've enjoyed this, and we'll definitely have to get you on board with other championships and other races, because there's a whole wide world out there that we can get you involved in. Right, Alex Clink for Hugh Jas Blue is in third. Now, I've just saw something. Hang on. Gorio Autosport are on the verge of being overtaken in second place in LMP3 by Hugh Jas White. What is that about? So they're doing second place, doing 142.0s. They're doing 141.7s, and well, that is an unexpected twist to the evening, and they both picked them at the same lap time here. So this is fourth position here. Oh, this is wild. Do you remember that whole the entire race where it was like, yeah, Gorio Autosport might actually have a chance here. Turns out they might not even finish on the second step of the podium here. That is a brutal punch to the gut there. Look at the pace that Hugh Jas White have got in these closing stages of the race here. I mean, that's okay. They've been held up by their teammate, but yeah, that's fine. We'll let that one slide. But yeah, I mean, can you imagine? You fought so hard and you lose second place by about 20 minutes.
And you know, the funniest thing about a car with a pace, difference like this is the pace difference only gets bigger the more they see that they're close to the car they're chasing. It's that thing where, because you can see the car, you just push a bit more. So I hope they don't mess it up by pushing more than they should. But yeah, the pace differential has been impressive, and it's now really about just clearing this traffic and then just focusing on the Gorio Autosport car in front. So yeah, we might have an interesting last 20 minutes of this race after all.
Yeah, we certainly could. Of course, we've got post-race interviews, ladies and gentlemen. Stick around for them. We'll be speaking to the leading teams in each class. So basically, we'll be speaking to your championship winners in each class. That's the way that tonight is going to work out. Certainly, Brabham Esports in that GT3 Pro. They've now extended that gap to nearly 6 seconds. 1110s Racing nearly up to 50 seconds. Torque Freak Racing with TFR Lab, they are up to 5 seconds, but of course they're going to be the outliers on this because they don't win the championship. That is actually going to go the way of another team. Well, I just go and dig that up just now. That's going to go the way of Hugh Jas Gold, who are currently in second place. Actually, the way this is going, I wouldn't cut it past Hugh Jas Gold taking the win on this either. They're catching Torque Freak Racing hand over fist here. Oh my, that would be some turn up for the books if we got every single class winner from tonight was actually the championship winner overall. That would cement a lot of things, I think, here.
Well, that would show that them kind of winning the championship is just them being able to convert when it matters, and kind of, as much as we can say it's done and dusted, but them being able to convert a win in the last race would be perfect embodiment of that kind of attitude.
Yeah, I have to agree. It's literally, it's proof in the pudding of how fantastic they've been through the course of the season. And of course, the Sportscar series, a very popular series here at the FTR events community. They've done it for quite a few seasons now. This being season 5. Season 6, I've got no doubt, is in the pot getting cooked at the moment. Remember, they do have that PCC championship coming up very shortly, the production car championship as well. You've got the the FS500s, you've got the SF500, sorry. You've got the MX5s in there, you've got the Clios, the GR86s, the Jettas, and the Pontiac Solstices in there as well. 4-round championship with 100-minute races, restricted tanks, which means you only get 30 minutes of fuel in the tank, so you're going to have to pit many times, and with post-race Jordan as well. So head over to their Discord, get yourself signed up for that if the entries are still open. It's still is open. Well, I believe it's still open. Certainly, the first race is this Sunday, and it is open to drivers with an I rating of over 1200 and a safety rating of over D class license 3.0. So get yourself involved over the Discord, go and say hello and jump on board. Actually, do you know what? It's try to see that Sunday. I could fancy a little bit of that actually, because I was joking about, oh, I would love to take part in the MX5. Well, you know, I've got a rating of over 1200. I've got a safety rating of over D 3.0. So yeah.
Well, whatever ratings are applicable to join these championships, I know my rating is 0. So,
well, to be fair,
yeah, I've got some way to go.
You start off at 1,000.
Okay, that's
yeah.
good.
So that shows how low my bar is. That I'm like, yeah. Well, I think you start off at 1,000, or is it 800? Well, either way, it's you do have to put in a little bit of work, but then you see all these sweaty folks that have got like an I rating of 10,000, and I'm like, have you ever seen sunlight? There's no way you can have an active sort of life and still have a 10,000 I rating. I'm absolutely maintaining that one. That's my spicy hot take for this evening.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, and just to confirm, that was said by David Christie.
Yeah, just clarify, that was David Christie that said that, not Tapello Merioli. These 3 points are mines and mines alone, but some of them are shared by Taps.
The disclaimer will go at the end of this stream.
I feel like every time I look at the clock, it's suddenly another 5 minutes gone. We're now at what, 15 minutes left to go. Although to be fair, I've now been buoyed by a second wind. I've got the energy and the love back, and yeah, it feels nice that we're almost at the end of the championship. It's a great honour to be on the comms as well, rounding out this season. We started, as I said, back in October at Daytona. Remember it like it was yesterday, mostly because it was yesterday. But yeah, it's come on in leaps and bounds, and unfortunately I haven't been able to make all of the races, mostly due to my complete incompetence and forward planning. But we're here. We're here for the end of it. Now looking at those gaps, I think Hugh Jass has now fallen back off of Gorio Autosport. I think that's some lap traffic actually that's causing that one. Hugh Jass Gold as well. I'm now a little bit apprehensive as to whether or not they can make up that time on Torque Freak Racing, 4.3 seconds ahead here. But either way, I think all of the teams and the drivers here that have taken part in this evening's race could be very happy, very proud of themselves, very pleased with the effort that has gone in from both the drivers and from the teams, not just tonight but through the entire season. It's been a long season, and well, this is it. Final 15 minutes. They can just sort of, well, I'd imagine they can just chill now. Oh no, oh no, we've got a replay. No, what's why am I immediately away to eat my words? This is a GT4 getting murdered by a GT3. Was that a GT3 or GT? No, it's a GT4. Garrett Lair for FTR Esports, and at which point, if I was FTR Esports, I'd just be packing up shop, because like they have been mauled tonight. It's Huge Ash Racing into pit lane. That's huge. That means Gorio Autosport have got to go and pit as well. Then they were trying to fuel save. They were last in on lap 108. So that means Kram Zanoon is going to have to come in the next lap or the lap after. But either way, that's it. That race is done. And Sim Racing Grid Phoenix are going to be your 2024 Season 5 FTR events Sim 3D Sports Car Championship winners of that LMP3 class.
Remember how in
Sorry.
the first hour we were
Yep.
kind of giving Sim Racing Grid a bit of hassle because they kept making mistakes
Yes.
and
David
we-
Johansson
we-
being David Johansson's own worst enemy.
yeah, remember that? How funny times have changed. Now we're sitting here, 15 minutes to go, and David Johansson is sitting with a 42-second lead.
Jesus, how far would they have been ahead if it wasn't for that? They would have been about 3 minutes ahead if that was the case. God, that was. Do you know what that was? That was David Johansson just trying to make the race interesting and keep it spicy for us. Just like, yeah, don't worry. Oh, sorry, I've went off the road again, guys. Oh, I'm so sorry. You know, just so he can flex his superior driving ability.
Fair enough. So that's what he was doing. He was giving us a gift.
He
We'll take
was.
that.
He was like, I'll take it easier. You know, that whole same way of like, you know, when you're playing football or soccer or whatever, and your friend just decides to play absolutely terrible because they're trying to make you feel a little bit better about yourself. Yeah, like, a little bit like that.
Yeah, and then the second half they start to pick it up, and you see that.
Yes. Second half, it's 6-0.
We've all been there. We've all had to learn that lesson, unfortunately.
Yes, we have. You can tell we're all bitter and jaded. But all of these drivers, I don't think could be jaded if they even wanted to be right now, because they are absolutely smashing these laps in, and we have probably only got around about 10 laps left. I would imagine maybe 12 laps left in this race, certainly with just 13 minutes left to go. It really is coming down to the deciding factors in this championship, although as we said, if we're being honest, it's already done. It's already in the books. All it's a case of is just getting that flag waved. As we said, for Sim Racing Grid Phoenix, certainly there's no way now that Brabham Esports lose this one. 11 Tenths Racing as well, Torque Freak Racing by TFR Labs as well. And again, the reason that I say that, and you know, because obviously the one thing you're like, oh, but what if they disconnect, or what if there's something, yeah, right, first, shut up, okay? It's not going to happen. Even if Sim Racing Grid Phoenix were to jump off, right, and go into, well, I take that back. There is only one championship that could change, and that is literally that literally is the Sim Racing Grid Phoenix class, and that is if they were to DNF from this point in the race. But I think they'd still score points because they'd just jump into the garage and just get that car back to the pit, so they'd still be classified as a finisher. The problem is that, so like Torque Freak Racing, they're 30 points behind, and Huge Ass Gold are in second place. So Huge Ass Gold just needed to finish. 11 Tenths Racing are in the lead of the race. The person that's in second, that's Squadra Veloce by Fastlane Motorsport. That's the team that is down in fourth position. So they're not winning the championship. As Eagle Speed Academy Esports G into pit lane as well. Brabham Esports, they're leading their championship, and they're ahead. The second place car, that's the 110 of RPM Racing. They're not even the top 5. So, you know, as far as I'm concerned, I'm going to touch the desk and I'm going to call it. We have our championship winners as far as I'm concerned for the race, and I'm watching me be proved wrong on this one. It'd be interesting. I think it'd be a very convoluted set of events that would mean that wasn't the case.
Oh, David, 3 hours 50 minutes into this race, and you've still got enough power to do the mental math. You need a prize.
Oh, you'd never tell. I've done 8 hours of commentary today. Good lord. Right. It's been a long day, Caps. And do you know what? Actually, joking aside, right? Comms for 8 hours, and there is nothing on this planet I would rather do. It is just so much fun to say that this is my job, that I get to stand behind the computer screen, literally standing right now just to keep myself energized, but standing behind the computer screen, talking into my headset about racing cars that don't actually exist, And this is you know, this is our job, Taps. We're here to do this.
Yeah, most definitely. And I think this is where the whole adage of, you know, do what you love and it'll never feel like work type thing. And that's why you can do 4 hours where you're having, well, there's a car that's spun around. That's Backmarker Racing Orange FTR. And that is the GT3 AMP category. So I don't think they've lost out. Nah, it's just an incident. So nothing hard done by there, you know. Bit of fatigue kicking in at this point. I'm actually surprised that we're not seeing that many mistakes towards the end of this race. It's been a long race. You know, conditions have changed a bit as we see the replay there. Just went on the curbs, looked fine, and then on the outer curbs, that's where they lost it. And this usually happens, right? Is when you are trying to regather that car, that's kind of where you make it worse, and then you end up kissing the wall.
Yeah, it's like,
in that case, they didn't kiss the wall; they attacked the wall. But you know,
that wall's got a restraining order against them to Pello after that one. That was a brutal attack. But you're absolutely spot on. It's always that case of like, I've got this, I don't got this, and you're off into the nearest wall. Arctic Racing then, as we said, GT3 AM, they were going to be the first bellwether of where things had to go pit stop wise, and they do blink. That now does put 1110's racing team up by a minute over Digitrack's Sim Racing team. So realistically, it's looking very, very comfortable for them. I still stand by the fact I think Goryeo Autosport do have to jump into the pits from second place in that LMP3 battle. Again, doesn't matter, 40 seconds. It's that goose is cooked. That game is already done. That has flown many, many laps ago. John Elia for 1110's Racing coming across the line. Down into the left-hander. That was maybe a little bit presumptuous there. It's dark and I can't see where the track is, although there is a massive track map on my right-hand side. So now you can see he's going across the start-finish line here. Now the other thing is, with 3 hours 52 on the clock here, that also now means that we've only got 5 laps left, or just about 5 laps left of this race. It all depends on where those LMP3s are when it comes to the end of the race. Right, back to GT4. David Barraclough for Torque Freak Racing coming under a bit of pressure here actually, because Hujas Golds do quite fancy taking this this lead of the race, but again it stayed dormant at 2.5 seconds for a little while now, and again I'm not sure that is going to change.
yeah, I don't think anything. Well, you know, stranger things have happened, so I'm keeping the book open, but for the most part I think everything should hold by now. Maybe you're right in the sense that Goryeo Autosport might need to get in the pits just for a quick splash and dash to be able to finish the race comfortably, but even if they do, I think that's pretty much settled. Nothing should change drastically anywhere on track. You know, looking at the gap from first to second in GT3, that's over a minute. GT3 Pro is just around 9 seconds. So yeah, it's GT4 that has the closest gaps, but even they look fairly settled.
Let's take a minute to talk about Bart Horston in that Brabham esports car. What a performance that's been. Was that a car that just went straight on there? That was the 1-2-1.
It definitely was. It definitely was. I didn't want to cut you midpoint, but I saw the car just go through.
Yeah, that was, who was that in the 1-2-1? That was oh no, that was Richard Cawthron on the FTR esports black car. Oh no. Oh, and that's. So he goes onto the gravel, has a wobble onto the brakes into turn 1. Might have been in contact with that other car that was there actually. And yeah, that's God, they've had a rough day. They've had a rough season. They really, really have. I was going to say, let's take a moment to talk about Bar Horston behind the wheel of the 162 Brabham eSports car, your GT3 Pro champions in waiting here. What a performance from them. It was down through the field, consistently, absolutely smashing in the lap times, and it really, really has just come out in their favour tonight.
Yeah, most definitely. I think they've been the perfect embodiment of just keep going, no matter what happens, just dust yourself off, keep going, and that's why they're sitting atop of the field in their class, around 9 seconds ahead of the nearest car, because they've just kept going. They've just kept going, they've put in the laps, they've put in the work, and they're about to reap the benefits.
Across the line then, start another lap. This is lap number 126 for Bart Horston just now. They are currently 9 laps behind our race leader. As making his way into turn 1. With just 4 minutes left to go in this race, and well, it's been a battle of attrition. But battle is a word that I'm going to use very sparingly, because it has been it's been a mixed race, a lot of quiet periods, but when we did have action, we had some damn fine fights going on here. We're talking 2 wide for several corners, especially that fight between Backmarker Racing Razzle Dazzle and Brabham eSports. I'm thinking the fight between Gorio Autosport and Sim Racing Grid Phoenix. Some brilliant sparring going on, and definitely did the entire championship very, very proud. Daniel Costello, our broadcast producer, actually reminding us that unfortunately Richard Cawthron's PC crashed twice, or it crashed a couple of times at least, during his last race there, and that pretty much scuppered their chances there. So, luck really does have a thing to play here. Unfortunately, not on the right side of the tea leaves in this season. But either way, we're into the closing couple of minutes of the FTR events Sim 3D Sports Car Series Season 5, Round 6 here, the 4 hours of Mugello. Again, a huge thank you to our commercial partners at Race Director, at Go for the Gap, and at Sim 3D for all of their support through this championship. Very, very much appreciated. And it's now just a case of bringing these cars home. A bit of a relief attitude, I think, for some of these drivers. They'll be happy to know that the end is in sight. They'll be happy to know that they've only got about another 2 laps left to go, depending on where David Johansson is. Yeah, so 2 laps. I think this is going to be the penultimate lap here. And then we'll start the last lap next time by. And again, it's a little bit bittersweet, isn't it, Taps? Because, you've put the effort in. It's a 4-hour race, and now it's kind of just sort of easing off, and everybody's now just like, all right, let's just get home. Let's just get it home in one piece. Yeah,
and it's that weird thing where now your body starts to relax because you kind of know it's towards the end. I think you'll start to see even the guys on their penultimate laps, on the final laps, the kind of pace will be slower. Not significantly, but there is that level of relaxation now. It's just about getting it over the line. But what a tremendous achievement for all the drivers that took part, today. 4 hours in, they've driven brilliantly. Even the drivers that have made mistakes, we can talk about the Brabham eSports, we could talk about David Johansson, for example. We've seen drivers that have made mistakes, but they've picked themselves up. They kind of made peace with the fact that I've made a mistake, but there's still a race to be done, and there's a long way to go, and my fortunes can change. And that's been impressive to see. It's been a massive undertaking. And as they wind it down to the conclusion, less than 30 seconds to go, you cannot help but say, they've done it, they've achieved. It's like people that run marathons, right? They tell you a lot of the times the victory is getting to see the end, and I think that's what we can say for these drivers as well. A big portion of the victory is having done the 4-hour race and crossing that finish line and getting the checkered flag waved to show that you've finally done it and you've kind of kept at it, and that's your achievement for the night.
Yeah, and not just the achievement of the night, but the achievement of the season. But there we go, the clock ticks over to 4 hours for the final time this season. The 4 hours of Mugello comes to a conclusion, and that is Jonathan Germain going very slowly. Is he out of fuel in the back marker racing razzle dazzle car? I think he is. I don't see him speeding up very much. Well, no, he's up to speed now. But anyway, out the final corner is David Johansson for Sim Racing Grid Phoenix to cross the line and win the 4 hours of Mugello and take the LMP3 Championship. Congratulations to Sim Racing Grid Phoenix. GT3 Pro, we turn our attention to Bart Horston, who comes out the final corner for that in the GT3 Pro class. And it's a class win for Bart Horston and a championship win as well. The GT3 Pro honours go to Brabham Esports. Next up, Johnny Elia for 11/10 Racing. He's coming through at the final corner just now. And Johnny Elia for 11/10 Racing Team, along with Byron Crawford as well, comes across the line and they win the GT3 AM. And it's also a huge congratulations to Hujas Gold, who have won the GT4 Championship as well. But it's going to be David Baraclough to come across the line for Torque Freak Racing in just about 25 seconds time. Torque Freak Racing, of course, resplendent out there, sharing that car with Georg Gruber, and they've had a brilliant evening today. Down into that final corner, in for the last time of Buchin, and there is our final class leader. Congratulations there to David Baraclough. Comes across the line, and that is your GT4 class in the bag. Hugh Jaskoldo just behind him, taking the championship win. But there is David Johansson, your race winner. And Season 5 LMP3 champion. He's going to be coming to the line, presumably, to do some donuts. Well, there you go, ladies and gentlemen. Oh my goodness me, we'll give it a couple of minutes to get the drivers in, but let's check the race results then. And it's going to be the LMP3s that we have up first. Just to remind you then that it is Sim Racing Grid Phoenix taking the race win and the class win and the class honours in LMP3. Goro Autosport will finish second in the championship, and Hugh Jas White finishing in third today. Eagle Speed Academy finishing 3 laps down. Great recovery drive. Amazing that they kept the foot in and kept going. Stage 1 racing taken out in the early stage of the race. Moving on to GT3 Pro then, and it is Bart Horston for Brabham Esports that takes the class win in that one and takes the championship as well. What a performance here. 4 hours driving solo there. Backmarker Razzle Dazzle in second place there. RPM Racing Blue in third. RPM Racing Black and in fourth position, and then Art Sim Racing 2 in fifth position. FTR Esports Black in sixth. RPM Racing in seventh position. FTR Esports Gold in eighth. Eagle Speed Academy Esports B in ninth. Rosado Motorsports in 10th position. Fastlane Motorsport and Art Sim Racing finishing many laps down, DNFing from the race. GT3 AMS, it's a race win for the 11/10 Racing Team. Johnny Elia taking it across the line there to take their championship win in that GT3 AM class as well. Yannick Willems came across the line for second place in Digitrack Sim Racing Team. Arctic Racing in third position after that late pit stop. Squadra Veloci will still finish, I believe, in second place by Fastlane Motorsport in the GT3 AM class. Fifth place for Backmarker Racing, Orange FTR, and then it's FTR Esports White finishing in sixth position. And then finally on to the GT4s. Torque Freak Racing by TFR Lab take the race win, but it's the Huge Ass Gold outfit that take the GT4 Championship. Huge Ass Blue in third position, DX Sim Racing by Let Room in fourth position after that late charge by Huge Ass. Rosado Motorsport Apex in fifth, Huge Ass Black in sixth, and then it's FTR Esports GT4 in seventh position. Eagle Speed Academy Esports S down in eighth. That is how they stand in the drivers. Right, let's bring in then none other. I think we'll start off, if we've got him, David Johansson, our race winner there for Sim Racing Grids, and see if we've got any of his teammates in with him. Colin Hopkins in, and Dan McFarlane in as well. And here we go. And a very warm welcome to Colin Hopkins and to David Johansson and Dan McFarlane. Sim Racing Grid Phoenix, Season 5, LMP3 champions. That's got a hell of a nice ring to it, boys.
Yeah, it does. It was really nice. Good season.
Hang on, I heard a little whoop there. Come on, I was expecting more of a celebration than that.
This feels amazing, man. I'm so happy.
Who is buying the beers tonight? That is the big question.
Oh, man, I think I owe the boys some beers tonight, for sure. But they David and Colin brought her home. They did a fantastic job. They had an awesome race. So we're super excited about it.
Now let's talk through the race then, boys, very quickly, because it was a sketchy start right at the beginning there. Gorio had a very thin wire in which they could try and take this championship away from you, and at the early stages of the race it felt like you guys were kind of tripping yourself up trying to get past that car.
Yeah, I was a bit bummed that I blew the qualifying. I would have been P1 if I just got a lap that I usually do. I mean, so I was a bit disappointed on myself with that, and I just knew that I was quicker than Akram, and I just tried to be a bit patient. And then when we hit traffic, I tried to get around him, but he was driving really hard and made it really hard for me to pass. And then I was like, okay, I spun, and then I came back to him, and I was like, okay, let's try a different strategy. Let's try to pit early. We get some laps in free air and have some temp in the tires when they get out. And I would say it worked since we passed them on their out lap. So from there, I was just smooth sailing, I would say.
Well, either way, a fantastic performance nonetheless. Unfortunately, we're really pushed for time with the amount of people we've got to get through. So, guys, we'll say congratulations, but is there anybody you want to say thanks or say hello to tonight?
Yeah, I would like to thank all the organizers and all the drivers in here. It's been a nice season. We will definitely be back for next one, I think. What do you say, Dan?
Yeah, this is awesome. I really enjoy competing here. Thanks to everybody, and thanks to the broadcast team. You guys do a really good job.
Awesome stuff. Well, listen, congratulations then to Sim Racing Grid Phoenix, Season 5 LMP3 champions. Well done, guys.
Thank you.
So there we go then. There we go. So that was listening to Sim Racing Grid Phoenix. Let's bring in Bart Horston from Brabham Esports then to have a quick chat with us in just a second. Here he is. Bart, congratulations, taking the victories all by yourself on behalf of Brabham here tonight. You're Season 5 GT3 Pro Champions. I mean, that was a hell of an effort today.
Yeah, thanks. It's good, obviously, to get the championship done for the team. And even though I was the only one driving today, there's certainly a lot more people involved and have driven this season and been behind the scenes. So no, it's nice to get the win not only for myself but on behalf of all the other guys as well.
And talk us through that race, because obviously you had to work your way back up from what was about fourth or fifth position, and you just did that with such dogged determination there.
Yeah, I kind of didn't put maybe enough time into qualifying, and I wasn't super happy with the car around here, and yeah, I gave myself a lot of work to do for the race. Didn't do a very good lap in qualifying either. I think maybe I could have been third or fourth, but it seems like, especially over one lap, the Mercedes was really struggling versus the Porsche and the Ferrari, and certainly following behind them. They seemed like very superior cars here, so I knew I was in for a tough race. To be honest, in the first stint, I was questioning whether I could even hang on to the front guys. So to win the race is nice, but I think the pace wasn't super amazing. I mean, maybe when the track cooled down at the end, it was a bit better, but I think it was mainly just managing traffic and being consistent and waiting for others to make mistakes. So yeah, I just kept trying to, believe that I could keep moving forward and work through the race.
And finally, obviously, we're quite pushed for time, unfortunately, with all the drivers we've got to interview. Is there anybody that you would like to say thank you to or say hello to tonight?
Yeah, just thanks to all the guys at Bram and Yanis for staying in voice chat with me the whole race so I didn't fall asleep. But yeah, apart from that, it was all good.
Excellent stuff. Well, listen, thank you so much, Bart. Thanks for joining us tonight. Congratulations on the championship win, and enjoy the win.
Yeah, cheers. Thank you.
So there we go then, Bart Horston there, GT3 Pro Champions. Again, moving swiftly on, we go down to the GT3 AMS. We're speaking to 1110s Racing now. Good evening to Gianluca Elia. Join us here. What a fantastic win that was. I mean, you were 10 seconds, 20 seconds ahead of your nearest rivals there. A well-deserved championship win. What was tonight's race like?
Yeah, no, it was good. I mean, the key was to keep it clean throughout the whole race, and that's what we did from the start, which paid dividends in the end, because, we were fighting Squadra at the start for the championship, and we were 4 wide into turn 1 at one point, and I ducked out and thinking this is not good at the start of the race, and that paid dividends for us. So, a clean race for us, and that was the key, and got us that top spot.
Now, what the season obviously was very hotly contested. Did you imagine it was going to come down to the final round like this?
No, actually. I mean, we've been up and down this season, and we've been quite ahead, and this season we've been very tight with Squadra to a point where it came down to today, and unfortunately their race, didn't end well, and that was gutted because I think we would have had a good race today. We were both teams are on the same pace, and really looking forward to having that battle on track. So we're a bit lucky, and so it would have been interesting to see how it paid out.
And just finally, we've said this quite a few times on chat. Is it right then that during say a 4-hour race, it makes the time go by much quicker when you've got somebody kind of keeping you company and keeping you on your toes on track?
Yeah, for sure. I think we did get stuck behind someone for the first part of the race, which was actually really enjoyable, and then towards the end we were kind of in no man's land, which was a little bit boring, but we did a bit of practice of fuel saving and things like that, so it was enjoyable still nevertheless.
Excellent stuff. Well, listen, thank you so much for coming in and having a chat with us, Gianluca. Anybody you want to say thanks or say hello to tonight?
Yeah, sure. Teammates Mark and Byron throughout the season, and all the other drivers really, because they bring good racing really all season. It's our favourite series to be a part of. The organisers, because they put in a lot of work to make it all happen, and you guys for bringing all the action on for us to watch later on.
Well, it's absolutely our pleasure. Gianluca Elia, thank you so much for joining us tonight, and congratulations on the championship win.
Thank you.
Now, things are about to take a little different change because we're about to speak to David Barraclough here from Torque Freak Racing by TFR. Won the race, but didn't quite win the championship. But either way, David, congratulations. A fantastic race win for yourself tonight here. What was that like? Because towards the early stages, that GT4 race was really hotly contested.
Hi there, David. Yeah, thank you very much for the kind words. It was a really close one for us. I think, I don't know how much of it was on the broadcast, but we were being hunted down really hard by Sven Demmel at the end there. He was pouring on the pace in the last half of the race, and we were having to take some risks. And I had a little spin as well, which allowed him to get within 2 seconds by the end. So that was, for us, it was a really, really eventful, hard-fought race, and the whole way through. And yeah, we're just happy that we could pull it out in the end. But yeah, the wheel-to-wheel battles in the first part of the race were also very exciting. I really enjoyed that, being able to come back through to the lead. Well, I had the lead for part of my final stint, and then lost it just with a few laps to go before the pit stops. But yeah, that was really good fun. And I was just glad that we were able to put ourselves into a position to win.
Yeah, we did catch an eye on that, because we saw when Sven was about 5 seconds behind you. I'd said on the broadcast that there was quite a chance here, because you guys were the only ones that were holding out. All of the other class championship winners were in the lead of their class, and they were the only ones, Huge Ass Gold, not to be in the lead of their class. So that was a hell of an effort there. That last bit, after you had that spin, how much did that ratchet up the pressure on you?
Oh, massively. It wasn't just the spin. We had a couple of little contacts through the race as well, and some off tracks, and we were getting very close to the limit. And I drove, I think, the last stint and a half within kind of 6 or 7 incidents of the limit. So that spin put us a little bit closer, and yeah, it was pretty nerve-wracking, but we managed to finish it off with a couple of incidents to spare. So yeah, just very happy to get to the end of that one, to be honest.
Yeah, no, completely understandable. And obviously, second place in the championship, that's still a hell of an achievement. 12 cars in there, and you're on that podium. Any plans to celebrate this season, or is it just eyes down and planning for the next one?
Yeah, there's definitely things to celebrate. We had a lot of fun with this season. Showed some pretty decent pace. There's still a little bit more to find, I think, but all in all, yeah, very happy with how things went. Congratulations to Huge Ass. They put on a near perfect season. They had a couple of issues along the way, but recovered from them all really well. And yeah, deserving champions. Happy that we won a couple of races where we could. And yeah, we'll go away, have a little celebratory drink probably this evening, and then look to come back next time for another go at the more race wins in the championship.
Excellent stuff. Well, listen, thank you so much for your time tonight. Do you have anybody that you want to say thank you or say hello to tonight for the team?
Yeah, I'd love to say, first of all, big thanks to George, my teammate, for putting up with me and my probably slightly having to pronounce it, kind of ness with the fuel and everything, with the strategy, all of those things that we go through during the season. And yeah, so thanks to him, thanks to the team as well, the sponsors, TFR Lab, RaceSpot, Carrot Engineering Solutions. And yeah, finally, thanks to yourselves for such a brilliant broadcast, and to FTR for putting on such a great league. It's been really well run, I think, and yeah, really great league that I hope goes from strength to strength.
Excellent stuff. Well, listen, thank you so much for your time tonight. Congratulations, and enjoy the next season when it comes, David.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Good night.
There we go then, David Barraclough then from Torque Freak Racing, and that is all of our interviews done and dusted, ladies and gentlemen. What a season we have had here for the FTR events, Sim 3D Sports Car Series. Enjoyed everything of it. Tapello, obviously, we're rounding things out now. That was a hell of a 4 hours. Firstly, congratulations on the longest ever commentary stint that you've done. How are you holding up, buddy?
Well, I'm still alive. It's midnight where I am, so it's been a stretch, but look, but like I said, it's enjoyable. You know, the experience is great, and when you do it with people that welcome you in the environment is great, then it feels like nothing. I actually caught like a second wind of energy in the last 30 minutes. Now I feel more fresh than I was around hour 2, and now I'm going to struggle to fall asleep.
Yep, that is pretty much par for the course when you finish these late night events. You get a second buzz of energy shortly before the end because you're like, oh, it's soon to be over. And then you perk back up into life, yeah. But listen, it's been an absolute pleasure. Thank you so much, my friend, for joining me here tonight. I wouldn't want anybody here else on this final event. A huge thank you to all of our broadcast production team and all of our commentators over the course of the season. It's been an awesome pleasure to be here with you as part of Sim Sports Solutions. We will be likely back for another season with FTR events. We'll be under a brand new YouTube channel name and a new brand and all that sort of stuff. Keep an eye out for more details of that. But on behalf of myself and Tapelo Marioli, my name's been David Christie. A huge thank you to all of you at home for watching, and a huge thank you to the team at FTR events as well for putting on this wonderful event. Until then, have a wonderful weekend and take care.